spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. If you eat kepan, graduate, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Spoon. You wanna get a news update, Tonto Spoon. What? Yeah! Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, when you bati leo. Spoon TV. Spoon. Yes, when you bati leo. Spoon. Beseku. Skidibidi dabado. Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. Kua. Bese kua, kudileo. Kudileo. Tonto Spoon. Yes, I
Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepan, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, when you bati
Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment, Spoon Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Okay, folks, it's good to be back here again with another edition of the Spoon Talk, your most preferred nighttime show from odiest Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from, wherever you're listening from. This beautiful evening, we'd like to say you are wholeheartedly welcome to your most informative and analytical program, The Spoon Talk. The Spoon Talk is back here this evening to provide you all of the information that you need to know about Liberia and to provide you perspectives about some of the issues that are happening in Liberia. So wherever you are and whatever you are doing, please keep your dial set. You can invite someone to listen or view alongside you, because as usual, the show promises to be very, very intriguing. We're coming to you live this evening on Spoon 107.5, on Fabric 101.1, and via our various social media handles. We're live on Facebook. We're live on via Spoon TV Live. We're also live on Facebook via Fabric TV Live and Super TV Live. We also coming to you live via our YouTube channel, so you can catch us up on those different social media handles, and you can watch and listen to the show live this evening. On behalf of the entire production team here, my name is Yekezi Zwobel. I'm sitting in as your producer till later. So don't go away. Let's have a wonderful time together. So from the onset of the program, we'll be opening the lines so that you can call in and tell us exactly what's on your minds, what's on your minds, what you want to talk about, what are some of the training issues that you want to opine on. The opportunity is yours to call us and tell us. But just before that, we be apprising you with some of the trending happenings in Monrovia and in Liberia at large. So don't go away. Later on, once the CEO joins us, Dr. Richardson and the rest of the panelists, once they join in, well, the show is going to kickstart from there with a conversation about some of the key happenings in the country. But just to run you through some of the happenings in the country right now. So the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism released a press statement today providing clarification of report that the COFAX block at the lower house has received copy of the draft national budget for 2025. All right. Yeah. So I'm trying to get this release from the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism. Okay. So it says the executive branch of the Liberian government did not resubmit the draft national budget 2025 to the national legislature. So there has been this report that the executive has submitted the 2025 draft national budget to the minority bloc, that is the COFAS bloc. And earlier on, the budget was submitted on November 18 to the acting chief clerk, and the acting chief clerk submitted the budget to the majority bloc that is presided over by Thomas Fala. So of recent, there's been this report that the budget has been submitted or resubmitted to the COFAS bloc, but that is not the case. According to this press release coming from the Ministry of Information, it says the executive branch of government has not resubmitted the draft national budget 2025 to the national legislature as reported on social media and other media outlets. The executive branch maintains that the November 18, 2024 submission of the draft national budget to the acting chief clerk of the House of Representatives remains valid. When a draft budget is submitted to the legislature, each member of the legislature is entitled to a copy in preparation for the budget debate as required by law. The executive branch of the Liberian government remains engaged with the national legislature to ensure the subsequent passage of the draft national budget. And this was signed by Information Minister Jerolimic Matthew Pia. So that's a release from the Ministry of Information clarifying that the draft national budget for 2025 was not resubmitted to the COFAS bloc, but in line with law. The executive through the Ministry of Finance must submit each copy of the draft national budget to all lawmakers. The 103 lawmakers must receive a copy of the draft national budget so that they can be abreast about the content of the budget ahead of the budget hearing. So that is why you are hearing information that the COFAT bloc, has gotten a copy of the draft national budget, but it's not specifically a single copy that was submitted or resubmitted to the COFAS bloc, but in line with law, each lawmaker, the representatives and the senators, must receive a copy of the budget to be able to debate the budget, because you can't debate what you don't know. You need to understand, you need to know the content of the budget before you can debate it. So that was done in order to keep them abreast ahead of the budget hearing. So the Ministry of Information has provided that clarification. Today at the Liberian Senate, the seat of the late Senator Prince Yomi Johnson was banned as a way of or as a sign of mourning him. All right, so as a sign of mourning the death of Senator Prince Johnson today at the Senate, his seat was adored as a sign of mourning, honoring his legacy and contributions to Liberia. And according to the senators, his absence leaves a deep void in the Senate chambers and in the hearts of many Liberians. So also, the former president George Weah has reacted to this handshake saga between he and the current vice president Jeremiah Cohn, as well as Samuel Koga, and he responded via his radio station Kings FM on Monday yesterday. So according to him, he did not refuse a handshake with the vice president. So he said when he disembarked the vehicle, he had expected that the vice president, because he's the former president of Liberia, so he had expected that the vice president would have, gone to him and embraced him either with a hug or with a handshake. But if the current vice president did not do that. He stood and show his hands, according to the former president, and that's how he decided to give a bow. But the intent was not negative. According to him, the wife of us of the late Senator Johnson is his cousin from Sasstown. She's from the southeast, so he has no negative intention for the people of Nimba and for the former senator and the current vice president of the Republic of Liberia. Also, in other trending news, Senator Thomas Yaya Nemli has paid tribute to his fallen colleague, Senator Prince Yami Johnson. According to him, Grenadians have since forgiven the late Senator Prince Johnson. So if people are saying stuff about Senator Johnson, according to him, those people are in God. And he said Senator Johnson paid his dues to this country prior to his death. So that is what the Grand Juda County senator said in, paying tribute to the Senator Prince Yomi Johnson. And, since the death of Senator Prince Yomi Johnson, there's been mixed reactions from the public. Some, have been celebrating the death, and some sees his death as, something melancholy, something sorrowful, something. Others see his death as a huge loss, and others are grieving over his death and flagging or pointing out the immense or tremendous contribution that he's made to the growth and development of this country. But others have been celebrating and is suspected that most of those celebrating are those from Grand Jida because of our past history. We all know the former senator, the late senator, was accused of slaughtering the former president of the country. So that cordiality has not been between both counties like that. So it was suspected that when the senator died, others have been celebrating his death, while others have been, sympathizing and expressing consolations to the family. But the senator of Grand Jida County, Yaya Nemli, has spoken. He's paid his tribute to the late senator, and he has said that Grand Jidans have since forgiven the late Senator Prince Johnson. So if people are saying stuff about the senator or the fallen Nema County kingmaker, those people are in God. Okay. So also the majority bloc is hopeful that the ruling from the Supreme Court, because we got information from forces at the judiciary that the ruling should be released, or the verdict should be handed down on tomorrow. But that is not official. That's just from some reliable sources. But it is hopeful. The members of the majority bloc were asked as to whether they know the exact date for handing down of the ruling. They said they are hopeful that this week the ruling will be handed down. So yes, those are some of the trending issues in the country right now. We'd like to say good evening and welcome to all of you. All of you watching us this evening, those of you listening, we'd like to say you are welcome. So we will now go to the phone lines to hear from you. What's your opinion about some of the trending issues in the country? All right, call us on 0-555-101075. Our orange hotline is down, so you can call us on this one, 0770417724, 0770417724. So you can call us on that orange number and give your opinion about what's happening in the country. Again, the numbers are 0555101075 0770 So let's go to the line and begin talking to Liberians about what's on their minds. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Are you there? Okay. We lost that person. Let's talk to this other person. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. Let's hear you.
Yeah. My attention has been drawn to the issue of our former president, Handshake. The BPK.
Yeah. So you want to be audible, sir? Please.
Yeah. I'm saying that my attention has been drawn to the problem that our former president, George Weah, never shake the VP hand when he went to the list to bring Johnson house. For me, I don't think it's the issue now for we Liberians because it's all over the news and everybody's just talking about it. So, and one thing I want other people to know, this is Africa. If somebody don't want to shake somebody's hand, I think it's the best reason move to the person who don't want to shake hands. I mean, hello, normally inside this town, some people even boss people, some people bow down to people. I mean, it's enough. So I don't know why people will take it out of proportion and take it to be something big.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Good evening.
How you doing, Chief?
I'm okay. Your name and where you join us from?
Thank you. This is Pascal Davis from the 6. And let me say thanks to Yakazi. Yakazi, there are several issues in Liberia. I don't know what is about this entire shaking hand stuff. How have Joshua respected Mr. Kun? Why are we so the way we are? Normally, wasted half talk on Joseph. Normally, water on Joseph. But we didn't talk about it. My Jabate talking to a certain law in Liberia. But we didn't talk about Yakazi. How is job we are on hand? Now we're in on hand. It's a problem in the country.
All right,
I wonder what kind of society is this?
Thank you very much. Let's take another caller. Hello.
How are you?
Okay. I'm okay. Yeah. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, I'm good. Sonia very and telling me anyway, this is Abu Rawo,
Yeah, Abu, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, and Damo, the China happy to president to summons and to listen to us. Damo, about me, I get everything working.
Okay.
It's scary, man. To see people that just have a program, just for the policy, get back to come back, to get mileage, oh gosh. We see in the last year, the former president people lost. Let the people come back. Come on.
Thank you very much. See you, welcome.
Yagezi the Mekoni Damo.
Yeah, I consider you was probably not getting me.
Exactly. Yagezi, you're a stranger to the show, so they call you Damo. But okay. How you doing, Yagezi?
I'm good. How yourself?
Great. Great, man. I had to come, running just to come on. For a lot of good news and bad news today. Man, yeah. The whole Labron like that when we come on Spoon Talk. Everybody come. Uncle Sam, everybody. You know, I like Uncle Sam. Because Uncle Sam don't hire, I think 70, 71, 72. Well, I mean, what's the heck? What's the heck? He gonna just do what he gotta do, say what he gotta say. And if you vet at your business, you vet at your business. Uncle Sam moving. And but I want to say hi to everybody though. Come on, guys. Call your friends, tell somebody
We got a lot to say. Now, the Supreme Court ruling. Whoo! You can see. Men moving, men dropping.
Of course.
Men moving, men dropping. Whoo! The Supreme Court ruling. It's like Prophet King can say, put me in Joglo. But I would say, put me in Zigo.
Is it out?
You can see you asking me. I'm way on the other side, 100,000 miles away.
I don't know if it's out. That's why I'm asking you.
But you can see you are putting me in a situation I can't handle. The Supreme Court, that Oman they call Senate you gotta be in front of the Oman. She will hold you in contempt. So who am I if the Oman holding me in contempt? It's, begin at me. Who am I? So you can see, please. So now you're the journalist there. You go and ask your question and find out, Well, don't put me in no early situation I can't handle. I beg you.
Yeah, we are hoping that it's out this week.
No, it won't be out. I believe I'm hearing something. I'm hearing somebody picking to cry. And somebody picking to laugh. I mean, this is live, you can see. And that's why it is. So listen, say what you want to say, and all the thing about the government is, the government that, the clinic issue, the birthday party, the big thing coming on the yellow machine. The man was in the country. The issue of LRA and MedTech and that of FIA, the mess that is going on, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Where you find yourself? The good, the bad, and the ugly. Joey, I say, President Barker refused to shake my hand. And Delon say, Pre-YJ asked him for him to get his daughter job and he begged him to go to. Listen, a damn man can talk. So anybody going to say that, Joey, I can't say, he said, the last senator called me. Hey, Joey, I said, they don't know kind for long. They don't say, okay, I can say my own too. So who want to ask? We're going to ask Prince Johnson.
Yeah, we get ask Prince Johnson again.
So now I say my own too. Prince Johnson called me too.
The best time to have said that was when the man was
exactly, and that's what we're going to discuss this issue. A demon can talk, man. So rest in peace.
He can talk.
So what did that conversation ever happen between Dilla and Prince Johnson? Listen, that Dilla in the story. Somebody else going to come and say, Prince Johnson said, the diamond belong to me, please. Everybody must give it. That's your own story. Yeah. Politics is a bad thing. Politics is a bad thing. You know that. But I want to welcome all of you who are going to be having a great show today. I got something. I got a surprise for you guys today. Yesterday I said I had a surprise and people say, what is it? Listen, I got a surprise for you today. Okay? I got a surprise for the Liberian people today. Today is the 3rd of December. We are moving it. Buckle up. We're getting there small. Cheer. Little here, little there. So welcome everybody. Zarek Yankee. Zarek Yankee, welcome to the show. You said say your own, that right? And I say my own, you're right. Vamuya Sharif, D. Dorothy Myers, and Augustus, my man, Philip Bala as always. Philip Bala. Pierre Combo, it's good to see you, my sister Pierre. Mohammed, Sandy Kuroman, Ambassador Shirley, G. Now, I want to send a special treat to our own sister, Beatrice. What's the last name? Something? Sister Beatrice, right?
Beatrice from here?
Yeah, our sister, I don't want to say, but she's in a wheelchair. What's her last name?
I don't know the last name.
I think her last name starts with S. I want to bring her on the show. No, but you know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, but I don't know the last name.
Yeah, so I want to bring her on the show, and I'm a sister. We've been chatting. I'm trying to find time for her to come and talk about disability. Yeah, I want her to come and talk about disability. I'm ready. I want to have a whole program with her, Sister Beatrice. I love her. Seriously, I've been following her. I want to bring her on. I want us to talk. I just thought of it. I really want her to come on. She and myself trying to arrange her time. We're gonna bring Sister Beatrice on, and I want to hear her. I want to feel her. I want her to say something to the Liberian people, and we have to bring her. Yeah, somebody say her name is Sandy. Sandy. Yes, yeah, Beatrice Sandy. You're right. And again, folks, we have to bring Sister Beatrice on. We have to hear her. And I call her Mambi. We got to bring Mambi on the show. We got to hear Mambi. We got to listen to disabled folks. What are they going through? And, the trials and tribulations. We got to listen to them. How are we catering to our disabled folks? How are we elevating them and giving them all necessary things that they may need? Yakazi. We have to do it. Seriously. We got to hear from the group of 77. We got to hear from them. Are they receiving all of the governmental benefits? You find a lot of disabled people on the street, begging for money. They try to go to school. You find it in from supermarkets, in from hotels, say, please help me, please help me. What are we doing for them? What are we doing for them? And I'm seriously, I want to bring out Sister Beatrice. I call her Mambi. I want her to come on and speak to the nation, folks, international community, and see what is needed. What are their shortcomings for them? And Yakazi, we have to arrange it, Yakazi. We have to arrange it. Sure. Yeah, we have to arrange it. We have to bring her on. We got to hear her. The people want to hear her through all the ups and downs. We want to bring her on. And we got to set that time before Christmas. We got to set that time. We got to make sure that, yes, indeed, she comes to address issues that are affecting the disabled community. Yeah, we have to. We have to address this issue affecting the disabled community. So we want to say to all of you that are watching, it's only good that we bring her, that we listen to her, we talk to her. She's going to talk to you, and then we're going to set a time. We also want to say, as you share the show, the rest of the guys coming, Dr. Rich is saying, I don't know whether we should bring in Glennie today. I think we shouldn't bring Glennie, right?
Why so?
Because we'll be discussing the Supreme Court ruling. And we're bringing Fode Family. But again, Fode is coming on. Representative Fode Family is coming on. I'm going to be placing a call to Serena Seafors. Councilor Seafors says, Stanton, call me. Let me give you my own view on everything that is happening as we expect this big share coming up tomorrow about this ruling. So we're going to be talking to Serena Seafors. And again, don't forget, we got Amon Glasgow coming on Sunday, one-on-one with the CEO. We got Augustin Pay Gafran. If he doesn't change the time, he's probably going to be our guest on Friday. I don't know whether he listens. Whenever he show up, that's fine. But we're going to be listening to him. He talk about something billion, 8.4 billion, arrest agenda budget, whatever it is. But listen, we want to see something. We want to feel something. You can see it's not about words. Some of you have given us a lot of big words. We want to feel this bread and butter agenda. It's not in the budget. So we got to bring in Augustin Gafwan, the finance minister, and beat on him, and take something from him and then squeeze him, that he can tell the Liberian people whether he's the real Augustin Gafwan that we know. So we got to bring him on. And probably Friday, by God's grace, we'll be bringing him on. Again, don't forget, Kabila Jada is still hanging on. He's going to come by and talk to us. He's going to talk to us about what's going on right now. We're hearing mixed signal information, different news about Guinea and his client and Liberia. He's going to the ECOWAS court. He's going to the wherever, to sue Liberia because the way in which he took his client out of the office, out of the country rather. And we got other story that I want to wait for the group before we can reveal to you. Wherever you find yourself, we want to say welcome to the Spoon Talk. We got video, Joe, we are saying, well, the president didn't shake my hand, so maybe that's why he did. We're going to play that video. And, everybody's talking about PYJ. They don't answer it on today. Again, I'm going through my phone to put out all the information. You can see, what's going on now with the War and Economic Crime Court? Is it dead?
Yeah, so this War and Economic Crimes Court thing, everybody attention has been previously drawn to Prince Johnson, but since the death of Prince Johnson now, Like many chat rooms I'm in and many friends, have been saying, but then I mean, there's no need for war crimes court because Prince Johnson is kind of dead now. But Prince Johnson is not the only one indicted by the TRC. There are other warlords, others
But
who.
they are not. You can see. They are not the big cats. They are not
Yeah,
the big dogs, right? We talk about Alhaji G.V. Kraman. We talk about Roosevelt Johnson, Charles State, or Prince Johnson. And we can go down the line, though. Don't you still have some of them? But we are
yeah,
talking
some.
about the leaders, right? We are talking
Yeah,
about those people that you can say Doe, Prince Johnson, Chastito, Roosevelt Johnson. You still got this guy. What's his name?
Budnicki.
No, not butt naked. Butt naked. Those are the other people that are coming up. But you still got this guy from Grand Judah. This general name,
George Bully.
George Bully. You
Yeah,
still got George Bully. So who knows? You still got Yaya Nimlan. That's
yeah,
his name, right?
yeah.
Okay, so even if this thing come, is Donald Trump now willing to put 300 million in for Yaya Nimle and George Bullitt? I mean, we're talking about the money here now. So the guys come in, we discuss this because apparently it's like this thing is dead.
Hmm.
Yeah, apparently though. And listen, everybody will say their own because the bigger and I quote that shock. Well, in the room was Prince Johnson.
Yeah.
And Prince Johnson departed peacefully. So if you talk about George Bully, if you talk about Yaya Nimland, can the American and the other partners put in 300 million to run this court? Can we go down now to reconciliation and peace building? I don't know. I don't know. This is part of the discussion tonight because, hey, who knows what's up? What do you think? What are you people telling you from?
Yeah. For me, I think CEO the War and Economic Crimes Court. I think it wasn't targeting on a Prince Johnson, even though, like you said, and factually he was one of the big cats. He was one of those that everybody was looking at. But others who also committed some atrocities, they are still alive, and so. I think there's a need to still establish this court so that those accused of atrocities and other egregious crimes in the country, can face the court and justify their action. If they are found guilty, they face the prescribed penalties.
Yeah, I do agree, right? But where you get to the 300 million from?
You love it. You love it. The government will love it.
We're gonna love it. We're gonna love it. You're right. We're gonna love it, but we're gonna discuss it though. I like the fact that you say let's love it, but man, they put even get office is trying to look for office. Money in the budget is not enough, And what about the asset recovery? What's going on with that? Talk to me. There's information out recently about asset recovery.
Yeah, so the president gave a directive for an extension, a final warning for those who have not yet declared their assets. And I think as of today, 7 more days to that deadline is going to be ending on the 12th. And you can only, present or declare your assets during working days. So we got 7 more days to the deadline of the assets recovery. So this is the final warning. If you're a public official and you fail to declare your asset before December 12th, then now you're going to face the full weight of the law. The code of conduct is going to come after you.
Yeah, but so yes, one thing, right?
Mm.
And I was this when the group come on because everybody logging in, guys. Let's share the show. You can see the president said, "Go and declare your assets." One time, is it enough? He will give final warning. Then he will go to final warning. I mean, seriously, you can see the president has spoken one time. That's it. So now are we babysitting folks now and say, like, go final 1, final 2? You can say, come on, man. If I ask you, I say, you can say, please start sleeping like last night. You say, CEO, I forgot I slept, right? You tell coming by again and tell you, say, please start sleeping tonight. No. Listen, no, I'm not picking on you, Yekezi. I just gave you an example, right?
Yeah,
We overcalling everybody, all the security. Your people, Yekezi up, wake Yekezi up. They need to know you're going to say Yekezi start sleeping. I mean, but I will wait for the group to come on and then go to our own. But what you make of it though? The president say if you are in government, right? You cannot be in government position running like ministers, director. Then you in the party and holding the party position. The code of conduct, actually, that's a problem. So the president will go on outside and get final warning too. No, but I mean the president giving final warning, final letter, please. And we'll discuss it because how many times should the president get final warning? How many times? Go ahead.
And yeah, so I can remember that the former president was actually criticized for this during this passport saga that has to do with this guy who was nabbed with a diplomatic passport in the U.S. What the president ordered the former foreign minister Maxwell Kimia to in 2 weeks investigate that matter and bring the findings before him for actions to be taken. But then it was after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, Maxwell Kimia came up and he again pleaded for more time, and there was no response to by the president. So a lot of people were like, I mean, the president gave a directive, and the former foreign minister had gone beyond the time, and the president is not coming back. The former president is not coming back, to take any action. It said that the foreign minister is not respecting the directive of the president, or is it that the former president himself is weak? So I think as a president, if you give a directive, you give an instruction, I think.
But you see, you get it into the program, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you. It's like intentionally, and sorry that I'm cutting you out, right? It's like intentionally, these guys, they are being, it's insubordination. We all know that.
Yeah.
And intentionally, it's a problem. You cannot and you should not disrespect the order of the president.
Sure.
You have folks in the government that the president nominated, appointed. They are in government. And they tell him, Mr. President, we're not declare our asset. Give us final warning and final warning. Does it make sense, Yekezi? Give a final warning, give a final warning, and the deadline will come, the deadline will be long gone, and they will say, give us another warning. It show the weakness, or you say the weaknesses of the president. Because nobody listened to him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the fact. How can the president come out to say this is it? And you tell the president, say, no, give me final warning. The guy, Gafwan, he just came just yesterday. He declared his asset, right?
Assets, yes.
I mean, Liberians is like, why people are not taking President Barker seriously? Why? Some of them. Is that because of the president quietness and easiness? Why are they not? Listen, when presidents speak, mountain move, political mountain, especially in Africa. So the president is babysitting all those guys to say we come, and the executive marshal happy to put up. We happy to announce that the president is giving final warning, and everybody please yield to the president final warning. And after next week, the president will give another final warning. Morgan Zawi, Gabriel, Pastor Gabriel Zawi, how you doing? And after next week, he will give another final warning again. I mean, this is who Dr. Richardson that lives in yellow, the doctor in yellow. Welcome to the show. It's good to have you, Dr. Richardson. How you doing? There you go. All the comments people don't know how to unmute themselves.
That's because we like to speak when we're spoken to.
Just say that you can interrupt more than anybody on the show. You say speak when spoken
Really?
to.
I can interrupt you?
But you guys, he said the truth. She can interrupt.
You all right? You're not saying nothing. You just good.
I don't do out of the.
Yeah. I often wait for my time, you know.
How you doing, Dr. Richardson?
I'm doing the best. Today was colder than usual in our neck of the wood. I don't know where you are, if it was cold.
Today was good though. Today was far on this end. We managed it. We get in there.
Yeah, it was just cold. I think the winter is coming slowly. I don't really care for the winter weather, but for the most part, the semester is ending, so I get to take a long break, which is good.
When is it ending?
Next week is my last class, December 5th.
Why, Dr. Richardson? I believe you're on break. You work only one day. Isn't that a break? A lifetime break, one day a week?
But it wasn't always like this, you know, Stanton. I pay my dues.
I understand. You pay your dues. I do. Yeah. I understand.
Yeah, I pay my dues.
How do you feel? Like you stay home, you babysit, you know, well, you gave Abraham a hard time, you take him to go see Yasendi, and Abraham called me and say he can be tired, but you have to do it. You know, how you feel about it, you know.
Abraham, did I tell you that?
Abraham called me. Abraham said, oh man, sometimes it's just rough, but I have to swallow it and do it.
Yeah, let people business. I swear.
You want to
be.
Abraham called me. Abraham said he tired.
Marriages, so he won't spoil my happily after ever marriage. I beg you. My husband never called you to tell you none of those things.
No, everybody said he wasn't want to go with you guys. With you and Yaseni go on the beach and you're running up and down.
You can't complain to you.
That is what he got. Yeah, you do. Everybody talks to him, and you know they talk about Steelers and football and stuff like that because
his Steelers is doing pretty good this year.
Yeah,
they're doing pretty good. Russell Wilson is doing good,
Sunday, right?
Yeah, they are doing pretty good. I think they will beat them on the first day of the playoff. So,
you better.
It's all right.
You're really looking for an argument now from Abraham's end. Looking for an argument.
I'm saying there's a lot of stuff happening, right? You can see if you can find the letter for us. The president gave grace period for folks to declare their assets. I've never seen that before.
No.
After he announced the first time, said declare your assets, they put disrespected his command, his order, and now he gave one final warning, and he coming back to do another final warning. After this warning expired, he would do another. I'm saying why? Why is this president speaking and people not listen to him? And they are saying that we care less.
They already know him. They already know him that he's a deacon, and deacon would treat the flock like sheep, right? So he will not be too harsh on them. So the reason why he not a guy will call him and dress them down in the office and say, my man, you don't do, I will fire you. He not like that. You ever hear Joe Biden yelling before?
Yeah, but that's what you say. It's on the executive mansion website, so it's on the page, by the way. And Yega's going to put this thing up. Well, when I read it, Dr. Richardson, I said, seriously, who is advising Mr. President that go ahead and give them some more time to consider that you're cheering to doing it, Dr. Richardson?
No.
Mr. President, you are running a whole country called Liberia, one of the oldest African republic. That you're cheering to doing it, that you're giving people grace period again and say, I gave you 1 week, I gave you 2 days, oh, I gave you 1 more hour. Are you kidding me?
Yes, that's a good question, Stanton. I mean, it's almost like you babysitting your entire government. These should be responsible people who should be able to adhere to deadlines. You know, people who should know the importance of declaring your assets. And it seems like they're not listening to him, or they don't even think that it's important. So I mean, it's like me going to work. it's my higher ups telling me that you need to go to class when you need to grade paper, you need to turn in your grades, and giving me, giving me time to do that. And this speaks to his leadership and also speaks to the people that he hired. Honestly, you know, people should be competent enough or nervous enough to at least be able to commit themselves to deadline. When I have psychological report that I do, the lawyers don't have to call me to say, the reports I do, they just give me the deadline. The reports I do in a week, 2 weeks. Patients don't have to call me. My clients don't have to call me to tell me when to submit my reports. I have to submit it when it's due. If I can't, because of circumstances, unforeseen circumstances, I call them and say, no, I was sick, or I traveled, and so.
So this issue here, that let's give them another 5 days. Let's give them another 10 working days. And that's what putting us into the problem we find ourselves in. If Mo Ali though, but Mo Ali have declared his assets though. If Mo Ali doesn't, discipline Mo Ali is staying home. 1 month. It means that Mo Ali get different intention. That's why he chose not to declare his assets. But he said, no, let's forgive them. The issue is not my friend, that my brother, that my son, that my nephew. It is destroying this country. And these guys then they are boasting, yeah, I've been Unity Party forever. I'm Joseph Boyka nephew, I'm Joseph Boyka son, I'm Joseph Boyka niece, daughter, and everything. Everybody attaching their name now to Joseph Boyka. And because of that, they are disrespecting the president, Dr. Richardson. And this is wrong. Now, guess what? This is about declaring your asset, right? You know the next thing the president about to forgive people on? If you get government job and you in party, get party position, he will say he gave them another 1 month too. Oh, I'm not kidding. Just go around the block, forgive everybody. Forgive everybody. And I think that, to me, I think it's a serious issue, Dr. Richardson.
I agree with you. I certainly agree with you. Like I said earlier, it shows some lack of leadership on his part, and it also shows lack of commitment, lack of wanting to make Liberia a better place on the part of the people who are not declaring the assets. You should know the importance, the reasons to do this. You will always want to respect President Booker. You want to uphold him. You want to work in the interest of Liberian people, and you know by declaring your assets mean that Liberian people can see what you have. You have good intentions. You're not coming there to, take money that is not yours or take property or anything. That's a reason why we have to declare our assets. And so when you do not do that, you like you said, you have maybe what people can say DBI, different bad intention, So it's sad to me. It's really sad, It's like you gotta force people to do a job or do something that is expected of them. Uncle Sam.
Uncle Sam, let's hear you, Uncle Sam, because you've been around the block, Uncle Sam. Man, one thing I'm so so happy that I get to know you, and with the last 10 or 15 years you get left. No, I'm just kidding.
Uncle Sam, sometimes I don't know how to do a center at all. My people, let me just tell you.
Uncle Sam, but Uncle Sam, I love you, Uncle Sam. But on a serious note, Uncle Sam, why do you think people are treating JMB like this now? Let's get into the show.
Okay,
Seriously.
I always tell you, Stanton, this man is the nicest person I ever met in my entire life. He is too nice. And too nice, when you sit in that presidency, too nice is not good to be nice to be president of Liberia, a country where you have to use a lot of stick and small carrot to make good, and then that's not in his nature. You ever heard Joseph Boyka raise a voice before in your whole life? He can't. So what he needed was a team of people that will understand that and take that responsibility, okay, for him to be like the good guy and they be the bad guys. But they're acting on his behalf, right? And that's what a lot of leaders do, but they don't have the temperament to take the hard decisions to make people to feel bad, right? Right? So, like, even in your own house, Stanton, you have
That
a
Richardson
mother.
will not hear you. Go ahead, Uncle Sam.
So I'm
It's
saying,
echo in the
even
background. That's what I was trying to
yeah,
say. Can you guys
yeah,
hear it?
even in your own house, right? You may have a mother or father who is a disciplinarian, and the other parent is not a disciplinarian, right? So you will see the child will take a lot of advantage over that parent who is not a disciplinarian. Like if it's your pa, your mom will say, okay, all that thing you're doing, just wait till your pa come home, right? Then the child will get scared. Okay? I mean, I have a son like that. He's 11. He doesn't, I mean, anything the man said to him, he doesn't really take it. But when you say, I will call your pa, oh, then he gets scared, right? So Joe Biden needed like a team of people. I mean, they got to be like real hard people. Because like, bro, it's not a country that you can run to being nice, you know?
You are quite correct, Uncle Sam.
Yeah,
Uncle Sam, you are quite correct. And
yeah.
like, yeah, my wife is the one that disciplined the kids. So my children love me the best because I come around, I just say, hey, all right,
Just give them love, right?
that's that's how I do because I want to be peaceful, And I just say, listen, don't just do what your mom is saying. If you want to get something extra, there you go and get it. And they're happy. That's why my grandson loves me to death because once he yells, I'm there to pick him up and take him away and make us chill and have fun. But this is government we are running, Uncle Sam. This is government we are running. This is not like in our homes. This is something that especially when you come on camera to speak, right, Uncle Sam? The people should know that you mean business. But for people in the government not to declare their assets, and they're telling you and they're telling me that they care less, and the president come and say, okay, let's give them 1 more week. After 1 more week, these guys will not declare their assets, then what? Dr. Richardson, then what?
That's what we need to know. Then what? What was the incentive for people like Moali declaring their assets on time? So he can't just speak. There has to be action following his words, and then the people themselves again, they were appointed for a reason to follow the will and pleasure of the president. And the president will is you should declare your asset according to according to his wishes or according to the law. And these people are not doing that. They're not following the code of conduct, So it's trouble. It's troubling to me. It's troublesome. And giving somebody else a week is like, what's again? Like you're right. How many times are we going to give people time to do their job or to do what is expected of them? How long do they have to go? Like you said that the next thing would be those who are playing dual roles, belong to a political party in the government.
Yeah, they're gonna come out and say, yeah, you're right. They will come out and say, you know what, listen to me, we can leave this position. You can see in front of the executive mansion post on this. Can you upload it, please?
And the question that just came to my head is like, why? Why is he giving? I mean, it has to be more than kindness, Uncle Sam. It has to be more than kindness because we're not.
And they said, and Dr. Richardson, sorry to interrupt you, right? They said President Joseph Yumabwaka has issued a stern directive to all the appointed government officials mandating compliance with the Declaration of Assets requirement as stipulated in the 2014 Code of Conduct. Are you serious? So the first one was in a stern directive. Was it? So the first one had no juice. That's why repeated reminders. Repeated reminders, they have failed to declare their assets within the legal required 30 days time frame, following their appointment in violation of Article 2, Section 10.2H of the Act. That Richardson. To reinforce accountability, President Boga has set a final deadline of 10 days. Listen, this is a joke, right? This is a complete nonsense. This is a complete joke. To be fair, this is a complete nonsense. But yeah, see, Can you put this on Yekezi? Or did I do something to you, Yekezi? Are you mad at me?
Yeah, I'm trying to have it posted.
That's what you're saying. Uncle Sam, let's welcome our brother Paul Kennedy. This is a complete nonsense. Just read this thing. Read this thing and see who is doing this nonsense. I mean, actually, now we want to think something. Does President Boyga read some of this thing before they post them? See, on a serious note, when you see this thing, you begin to question yourself and say, where are we? What's going on here? To reinforce accountability, President Boyga has set a final deadline of 10 days. Ooh, hey! Everybody get extra 10 days. Hey! Muya! The people get everybody 10 days. Let go chill. Are you kidding me? This is like a high school reunion party. For everybody to pay the due, you get extra 10 days. Go pay your due or else you and I attend. Yeah, but man, this is about when we should eat our Chinese food in Williamboro. And you pay John before you pay. You pay you and I eat.
JBC, they don't let them pay.
Yeah, no, but man, I always pay back. I don't do that thing, but I always pay back. They say at least the stipulated deadline begins from November 28, 2024 to December 7, 2024. According to the Office of the President, official failing to meet this deadline will face immediate suspension until they fulfill the legal requirement. Oh, so the first one, that will require immediate suspension. In the statement, President Boyga emphasized his administration's unwavering commitment to good governance, transparency, and public accountability. Now, the Liberian leader urged all officials to uphold integrity and adhere to the law, warning that non-compliance undermines the foundational principle of public service. They have undermined the whole thing already, my people. I mean, folks, we even start the show yet, then I see people laughing. This is embarrassment. Embarrassment number 1.1.0. So invite your friends and share the show, because we want to hear from you. We have the president that is so forgiving. We have a president that Uncle Joe. We have a president that Papa Nakan. When we do wrong, we will leave our mother and run to our father, because our father don't want to be bothered. You have a long day, so he will forgive us. You guys seeing something here? Seriously? I mean, I seen in sharing mode. I seen Pedro in sharing. You got to share the whole thing. I seen in sharing. Okay, let's go to the end.
All right.
This administration is dedicated to fostering transparency and trust. I call on all government officials to demonstrate their commitment to accountability and the rule of law by meeting this final deadline. The president affirmed. Paul Kennedy, stop laughing, Paul, as I will go eat my driver and come back. Come on, man. Talk to us, brother. I mean, it's good seeing you again.
Yeah, but that whole thing don't make it doesn't make sense to me. Why is the president writing to ask people to adhere to accountability? Does he really need to write to ask people to adhere to being accountable in public offices? Somebody needs to. Somebody just saying, you've been around for a while. Can you please explain what this whole right out is about? I don't get it. Maybe I'm still jack-like or something. But I mean, like,
Uncle Sam drinking when he finished drinking, and he would come and talk. But are you guys really reading this thing? I mean, give on the first page down. You can see how you treat us today. So you can see, did I do something to you? That's not it, Yekezi.
Take care, Yekezi chance, this is nice.
Yeah, he keep bringing the same thing back.
Man, Yekezi been doing shows set in the morning time. The man I first start on this day. Yekezi them run the morning show.
I know, but he been there for a while, and he.
That's the mother they figure that we're talking about. So you cannot be the government. You know that Martin come to bring you now and say, oh, JK, get a budget now. No, we are moving. The people waiting for us. But my brother Paul, I'm even ashamed, Paul. I'm even ashamed of what is happening. I mean, why? Why are we sitting over here and we say that it's okay, give the people another 10 days? The president demonstrating leadership. Paul, is this leadership?
I don't want to jump in the middle of this. What is this writing about? Who is he giving 10 days to?
But now you based it. Then you come and join the middle. You did I just explain it. You not reading it.
Yeah.
Access declaration, people giving 10 days. They get the last 10 days. Then the person will have 5 more days there though, because you gotta put DAS.
You gonna say you gotta laugh.
You gotta put DAS. So the person will put 5 more days there after the 10 days and say that a DAS before you suspend them.
But what happened to the folks who supposed to have resigned from their
Hey,
position?
my
The
man, you
United
can't
Party
look
people.
up. They said they
No,
will be
I'm
given
asking a
20
question.
days.
The
They will
United
give.
Party people, who the ombudsman or truth man, whatever that man
Can we
name
finish
is,
with the first one? Then we'll go to
ask
that
them
second
to
one.
resign from their position. Where are they? Why are they not resigning?
Can we finish
I
with the
mean,
first one? Then we'll go to the second one, my brother.
okay, all right. I didn't want to jump ahead of you.
There's the guys. You know why? People think this is a joke. I know Dr. Richardson happy. I hear when Dr. Richardson and Uncle Sam there, come back to pretend and then to say they are sorry for. No, they're happy. These are opposition folks. They are happy. They are jubilating where they are right now. These are opposition folks. Okay, there you have it. 10 days to compliance. President Barker set final deadline for asset declaration. Now you know what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You want to say anything? Because we got to go to those that are breaking the code of conduct again, having two, position in party in the government.
Right.
But talk to me on this one.
I think the president is losing grips on his ultimatum, and from the beginning of his administration, these people who hold high level or appointed government positions should actually declare their asset. The president did it, and his followers should. But for him to have declared his asset and few officials of his government declare their asset, and he still got people around who have not declared their asset, they are in defiance to the president's mandate. I mean, the woman was clear. He wanted people who serve in his administration to do that as an example of transparency, as an example of accountability. But the fact that we still got people hiding, and holding on to declaring their asset, what's going wrong? So I think he should take action. He should not be giving them any ultimatum or additional deadlines. This thing has been cleared from January 21st up to now. Why is he still lingering? Why are people still lingering and not in the position to declare their asset? Holding government position, we're going 9 months now in the government. Why is it that long for somebody to declare their asset? That's what I want to know. So, let's, I think we should ask harder questions to know why they still have government officials who are in defiance to the president's mandate of declaring their assets.
You are quite correct. Thank you very much, guys. We will jump into this thing. We got a lot to talk about today. When we see something, we say something. Regardless of what is happening in the country, we got a lot. Let me bring in my dear sister, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, let's hear your final comment on this thing. Right now, as a matter of fact, I'd love to read it though. Well, go ahead, Dr. Richardson. Go ahead. Talk to me. No, go ahead. I got to take this call. Go ahead, Mama.
Okay. Yeah. As I said earlier, there are two things going on. One is the president is showing a lack of leadership, not calling on his appointees to declare their assets. He did not giving them firm and warning or whatever, or they're not listening to him. I don't know what the problem is. The second thing is the people who are supposed to be declaring the assets are not doing that. So something Stanton said in passing that sort of just kind of you know, interested me a little bit was the fact that maybe that causing that relative business, maybe he doesn't want to hurt anybody's feeling. Maybe these are the people that he appointed, people that he knows very well in the government, so he's giving it extra time. But this is not how governments should work. You know, when you talk about the home environment where children know how to play their parents, we talk about developing our country here. If you play favoritism and you're giving people extra time to develop, to declare the asset, there's a reason why you have to do that. Okay, you declare your assets so we can know that you're not corrupt and you're not gonna. You can know when you're leaving what you came in with, and make sure that your asset is aligning to what you make and what you came in with, and how you
Thank
leave
you.
it. But if you don't do this, we're in trouble.
Dr. Richardson, and let's welcome our brother Fandela Patrick. It's good to see you, VRP. Let's welcome Vanessaki. We're going to be having a great show today. I want to say Paul Kennedy, welcome, Uncle Sam, Dr. Richardson. Let's get into this thing. Folks, please consider our changes of time because, again, every state have the different time zone. We're trying to do this, so we will be here till 7 o'clock. We should be made that Liberian time. I want to say when you're not speaking, please mute yourself because the feedback is very, very horrible. Before we get to our brother Fadela Patrick and Uncle Sam and Paul Kennedy, I have Mo Ali. Actually, Mo Ali, you understand that he's the former Secretary General of Unity Party. I'm going to bring Mo Ali on to speak about the code of conduct on this issue about the jobs and also this asset declaration. Mo Ali, welcome to the show. It's good to have you again. You are on Spoon Live.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening. So firstly, I will speak to the code of conduct issue. Now, when the ombudsman wrote all those in party positions, not only Unity Party, in leadership of political parties and in appointed position in government, those that are in appointed position felt that their rights have been violated and that the ombudsman was not properly interpreting the code of conduct. So they decided to go to court. They went to the Supreme Court, and the argument is that, look, before you ask somebody to resign, first, there must be a complaint against the person, that the person is misusing their office or something. But nobody has carried any complaint against any official of party who is serving in government for violating the code of conduct. So how did the ombudsman come to a conclusion? The Supreme Court went through the case, and the Supreme Court get a ruling, they put a prohibition.
Yeah, please put Mo Ali there on the bottom. Go ahead, Mo, sir.
Yeah, until the ombudsman can come and show that, okay, complaints have been filed against people, and we investigated, we uncover that they are violating the law. Other than that, the Supreme Court said, no, you do not have the right to just ask people to resign from their position or from their political party position. That ruling is there. I will look for it and send it. So except maybe we are not following. On the issue
can we hold you on that, Mo Ali? Let that hold you on one at a time. If you do have the time, please. It will be only fair that
I have all the time in the world.
Thank you, Mo Ali, and that's why I love you for you, my brother for life. Thank you. Guys, let's go to the ombudsman taking Unity partisan to court. This government officials and members of this government to court because of party affiliation while they work in the government. And
clarification, it was not the ombudsman that took party officials to court. It was party officials from ALCO, from MDR, from Unity Party, and other parties that were affected that went to court. They took the ombudsman to court on grounds that the ombudsman is violating their constitutional right.
Okay. Your clarification is granted, sir. But yet and still, let me make my point. Whether Jonah swallowed the fish or the fish swallowed Jonah, there was a swallow. Somebody went to court. So while we are at the court, Mo Ali, the president said, don't you think the president knew about who respecting the law, who going to bargain for before they asked them, say, listen, we have a code of conduct, respect it. If you're in government and you hold party position, step aside. Don't you think the president knew that before the president called?
So Stanton, the president read the law. Everybody else read it. But if we are all confused about the law, the only place we run to for interpretation for clearer understanding is the court. And in this case,
So the president was advised wrongly onto the rule and the law.
That's not what I am suggesting. I'm saying we all read the law. If we have some confusion about it, about the interpretation of it, the only place we can go to, including the president, is the Supreme Court. The president can get lawyers, the lawyers will advise him, and if other people don't feel happy, the only place they will go to is the Supreme Court. That's where we all go to. So those who were affected, they say our rights, constitutional rights, are being violated, which makes it a constitutional matter. So they went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, you are right. The ombudsman is wrong. There is no complaint filed against any of you people that the ombudsman has investigated and proved that any of you wrong.
So more into my question. I beg you, because we gotta bring your fellow panelists in, and we have here as one of the spoon panelists, just to be clear on the record. So my question remains the same though. Was the president ill-advised?
No, the president was not ill-advised. The Supreme Court put a prohibition because officials felt that the ombudsman was misinterpreting the law.
Okay, Dr. Richardson, on this ombudsman, we'll come to the asset declaration later. Do you have anything for more?
The question that I have, and of course I don't have the law, the code of conduct law in front of me. I'm going to pull it up soon. But do they have to violate the code of conduct before following the code of conduct? Is that what it says? Doesn't the code of conduct says that you are supposed to present yourself in this way before you take the job? Don't they need to read the code of conduct, because they're saying we didn't violate any law, so the ombudsman is wrong for asking us to resign? Do they have to violate any law first?
No, but of course the code of conduct is clear. Now the intent of the code of conduct is that no public official, when they say do not actively participate into political campaigns and political activities. The intent from our vantage point is that do not go to political campaigns and other things, because you may likely use government property or public properties that are in your possession. So the intent is to avoid people. Now these people are saying that look, we are not engaged into active campaigning. We are not engaged into active political activities. And if that happens, somebody must file a complaint against, or that they have seen or doing this. But in the absence of that, you cannot ask us to resign our position in political parties, because the single most intent of forming a political party is to form a government. And it is the political party that runs the government. So if you say the political party on whose platform a government was elected should participate in the running of the government, then how do you hold that political party responsible when something goes wrong in the government? Something goes wrong in the government, what do they say? Unity party-led government. Nobody say non-partisan-led government. They say unity party-led government and unity party alliance. That's why the leadership of the party is very, very keen and objective in the running of the government. And that's why the people went to court. That's why we went to court. And the court say you are right.
Mo, so how do you define political activities? Is that defined in the code of conduct? Because you just mentioned wanting campaigning.
It is clear that they went to define political activity as canvassing in political election, canvassing and campaigning. We are not in campaign period. We are not canvassing for any position for people to go there to violate the code of conduct.
Okay, so Mo, let me bring it. let me bring it up with Sam. And again, guys, we starting the show on this. We got a lot to discuss, so let's ask our two questions. Mo got to go over to the next topic of asset declaration. Uncle Sam, on this code of conduct, Uncle Sam.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's clear that the a unity party is not a party of laws or party of even good faith. I mean, how can you say that the man is not engaging in political activities when he's head or has a position in a political party? What do you think? We are stupid here? When you run a political party, you're engaging in politics. And every single day that you're involved in your political party, you are canvassing, you are campaigning, even though the campaign period is there, but you are doing things to do what? To advance the interests of your political party. That's what you're doing. And what the law was intended is to say, okay, since you are now in power, do not do not concentrate on running your party, run the government, can be accountable to the government instead of having dual loyalty, because the party is not the state. The state is not the party. Don't confuse that, Mo Ali. The state is not the party. The party is not the state. So when you running the state, what you should be doing, you should become independent, neutral, and look at the sum total of all of us instead of still running, going to your political party headquarters and discussing politics and being in the chat room and doing all kinds of stuff. What you're doing is undermining the effectiveness of the government. That is the reason why you see the missteps, the mishaps, and basically all of the nyama nyama that is going around this government that claim to have so many years of political party experience running government and stuff. And clearly, because you haven't dual loyalty. You must have loyalty to the state or to the party. Thank you very much.
Thank you. More, hold on 1 minute.
So, Senator, can I respond to Uncle Sam quickly? Can I just respond to him quickly?
Go ahead.
You know what, Uncle Sam, firstly, let me educate you on something. Governance is politics. It is politics and political parties, in our instance, that bring the government into being. So it's like Uncle Sam is like saying, oh, divorce politics from governance. It doesn't work that way. Like I said, Uncle Sam, a political party is the one that brings the government. The Unity Party Alliance ran on the Unity Party Alliance platform. And if there is anybody who should implement that or who should ensure that that platform is implemented, is the Unity Party. And that's why when something happens, you, Uncle Sam, and everyone sit there and say, the Unity Party government. How can you say the Unity Party should be divorced from the government? No, it's not possible. The political party is the fulcrum on which the government depends to run, because it is that party platform that the government was elected on. So it doesn't make sense for you to say because you are a leader of the political party, therefore you should resign from government. And that's the case we took to the Supreme Court. We also say our constitutional rights have been violated, and the Supreme Court ruled in our favor. Unless the ombudsman can go back and say, okay, these people are using state resources, they are using public properties to influence or to canvass for their political party, the ombudsman doesn't have a case. We have a case, and that's why the Supreme Court agree with us. And it's the same Supreme Court that everybody runs to.
So you are saying, okay, let me bring everybody in, then I will say something. A lot of folks disagree with you, and we're going to just show where the disagreement is. Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, Stanton. Look, I'm hearing myself, and I hope it's not.
You are good, Paul Kennedy. Just manage it. You are good.
Okay. Look, for more to say that, or not more, for the ombudsman to say, or the Supreme Court to say that because somebody did not carry a complaint against a member of, the ruling party, who are serving in political positions and at the same time serving in governance position, means that there was no ground for them to relinquish their office. I think it's total nonsense. Governance is, really difficult to delineate from politics, but governance is seeking the welfare of the people, while politics and political alignments are most often seeking the interest of the political party. You see, this is why Liberia is going the way it's going. For instance, if you have all of the political leaders in government and at the same time holding their positions in government, they will only seek the interest mostly of their political alliance, affiliation, and their political parties over governance and well-being of the people. So, for instance, because nobody has gone to report the folks who have not declared their assets according to the code of conduct. So, if you took them to court, the Supreme Court would say, "Well, we're not going to bother you because no one came to report or to file or complain that people have not declared assets." I think Liberia has to come to an area where we'll really begin to live up to those laws or those policies we write. The code of conduct is supposed to guide our performances in government. And when they say we cannot do this in accordance with the code of conduct, it should be respected. No one has to go back to court or to complain that you are in violation of the code of conduct before the code of conduct is heard. So I just think it is. I'm really confused of the fight of that someone has to go to complain people who are serving political party hierarchy and at the same time in appointed government position, which is, from my perspective, a conflict of interest as far as the national governance is concerned. That's the comment I want to make to that.
So, Stanton, a quick response to
Go
the
ahead.
opening statement.
Go ahead.
Paul Kennedy, the difference here is not what you're saying, because political parties, opponents, are created or established to seek the welfare of the people. And that is the reason why the ultimate objective of a political party is to form a government, is to create a government. And the government is there to seek the welfare of the people. So you see how they do it. And therefore, it is not possible to delineate or to abstract the political party from the governance process. When you do that tomorrow, you don't have anybody to hold responsible. And I will repeat here over and over again. That is the reason why when governments do wrong, they ascribe that wrong to the political party. The unity party, they say the CDC government, the unity party-led government. They don't say the people-led government. No, it is because the political parties created that government and the political expected to run the government and to govern the people in the interest of the people. So you cannot delineate between the two. And so you cannot say leadership of political party should not participate in the governance process. It's not possible.
Okay, let me bring in from that Patrick. We get Demondet, we have Glendy and Van Saki. We put a code of conduct up, and just where it is, we're gonna share this. VP, talk to us. We got more.
Yeah, CEO. I think for me, I'm looking at the Constitution. The Constitution made it very clear that every Liberian citizen shall have the right to associate and disassociate, including forming a part of a political institution. And that is undisputed. The coming into existence of the code of conduct, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm here scratching my head. And why is the ombudsman is not concerned about asking President Boakai to also resign? Because he too was elected during a general congress. He's the standard bearer of the Unity Party. So why is the ombudsman not concerned about asking President Boakai to also resign? Because people like Mo Ali and the other executive committee members, they were all elected at Congress for a specific tenure. My understanding is that 6 years. I stand to be corrected. So if the ombudsman said those who holding government positions, they got elected from a political party, it means the president should not be excluded. But let me read to you section, on part 5, political participation. Section 5.1 is listed all appointed officials by the president, shall not engage political activities, canvass, or contest for elected offices, use government facility, equipment, or resources in support, blah, 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 serve on campaign team. Then it went down, and this is where my argument is based on, that in as much as is specified in section 5.1, don't participate in any of these political activities. However, if you are a minister, deputy minister, director general, managing director, superintendent, appointed by the president, if you decide to contest for public or elected office in this country, you must resign 2 years prior to the date of, your nomination. Then they went down to say all appointed officials by the president, like tenure position. If you hold tenure position, you want to contest, you want to engage in political activities, you must resign 3 years prior to the election. So CEO, I'm here. I'm like, okay, the Constitution says we have the right to form part of political institution. Okay, the UP-led government came to power. The entire executive, including the president, they should resign and turn the party over to other people to run. But I think what has happened for me, for the Supreme Court to give an interpretation, and I'm very clear that the Supreme Court will not deny anybody the right to be a part, to be affiliated with a political institution. If you choose to do so as specified, fine. But in some cases, you are made to resign. You should resign. The example, National Election Commission, you can't have an association or any other area. You should resign from your position. But in this case, I'm still trying to understand whether the resignation the ombudsman is asking these people, whether these people have the desire and intent to contest. Because I saw the case of Harrison Conway. The matter went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled that the man substantially complied, because at that time he did not have the desire or intent to contest. I think to be a vast and a barrel or somebody speaking up. So again, I think this matter is legal. It is only the Supreme Court that can give us a better interpretation of this entire thing. But what I don't agree is, if you go into your political party meetings with the government use vehicles, that also, is a violation. You got to be very clear. I think for me,
okay. So hold on, Mo.
Patrick, Stanton, that is precisely the point. The intent there again, like Patrick clearly stated, do not use government resources for your political activity. That's why they say campaigning, canvassing. There's nowhere there that says that when you hold political party position, you should not hold position in government. It's clear where you should resign. If you intend to contest, if I am a managing director and I want to contest, I must resign from my position, because that gives me an undue advantage, because in one way or the other, I will use state resources to do my campaign.
But hold on 1 minute. I beg you. We have only 2 more to go on this. I just want one Liberians that watching to pay attention, because we got some Facebook post, even from you, when this thing was happening in the president, we are government, and folks that were making similar argument from the president, we are government. I know you wasn't supporting President Weah, and therefore it wasn't your case to make. But let's read 5. Like from that out, you were speaking to all officials appointed by the President of the Republic of Liberia shall not engage in political activities, canvass or contest for elected offices. Before we saw a command, right? A command right there, engage in political activities more. Before you run down the line with 5.1a, can you explain when they say engage in political activities? command, canvass, or contest for elected offices? Let's just start with engage in political activity. Explain that to me more.
But Senator, the code of conduct is clear. It's not ambiguous over there. It defines the political activities. The political activities that is talked about, canvassing, in political campaigning, like in elections.
No, Mo Ali, no. It's up. Let's take our time. Everything coming with command. When you say command and you go to the next one, you say command and you go with the next one. It didn't say engage in political activities as a bullet point and now it broke down the rest of them. No. It's added to.
Stanton. We define that political activities, those political.
Oh, so you said we. Thank you very much for being clear.
So that is the point where, because there was this confusion like that on your mind, that's why we went to the Supreme Court for proper interpretation. And the Supreme Court said no, unless you are caught into political activity.
More. You brought in the Supreme Court on an argument. Why did you what did you go to the Supreme Court? The main reason that the Supreme Court said, hold on 1 minute. The main reason why the Supreme Court said, Ombudsman, go back, no, and aside with Mo Ali in the group. What was the main reason you went to the Supreme Court?
Because we felt that the Ombudsman office was misinterpreting the law and they were on the verge of violating people's constitutional right to participate in government and political parties. The Constitution is clear on those who cannot participate in political activity. They talk about people in the military, they talk about medical associations, and of course, we know that, for example, the NEC, those things are very, very clear in the Constitution. When you army man, you police man, they say you can vote, but you're not supposed to participate in the kind of political activities, campaigning, and this and that. Any other person in the Republic of Nigeria who is a citizen has the right, if they choose to.
So let's just move on. But let's move on. Again, everybody, that's why you said the Supreme Court didn't rule in your favor saying the Ombudsman was wrong. You went to the Supreme Court for certain issue, and the Supreme Court granted you that, but empower the Ombudsman. Say where you found a fault or injury, come back and then declare. But when we are reading the political participation, political participation say engage in political activities. It went down to say use government facilities, equipment, or resources in support of partisan or political activities. It broke it down. For Madam Salif, for George Manawia, we beat on George Manawia for it, right? And now you come with another spin and say, no, it don't apply to you.
It's not spin. It's not any spin, Stanton. If you saw any government official using state resources to campaign, it is wrong. That's no spin.
Can I ask Mo Ali a question, Stanton?
Hold on 1 minute, Gamma. We'll bring you in and we'll bring Sis Glennie. Let me bring Vanisaki, your one question or your comment, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton, and the rest of the panelists and the viewer. Thank you, Mo Ali. I think we should be happy to know that Mo Ali informed the public that we won a case at the Supreme Court. Many of you are now aware of the case that we won at the Supreme Court. And over the past month, I got a few friends who raised the issue of taking few of our government officials to Supreme Court for violation of the Code of Conduct. And I asked them, I told them, don't waste your time. You got no legal argument. Let's look at the Code of Conduct. The Code of Conduct did not speak about occupying a position of political party. It said participating in political activity. I can be the Secretary General of the United Party and do not participate in political party and still be a minister in government. If my assistant can participate in political activity, you got to prove that I participated in political activity. So the issue of the Code of Conduct is participation and not position. So I told them, don't waste your time because you go to court.
What Mo Ali just said, though.
What?
You just went contrary to.
No, I'm not contrary. I'm just saying exactly what Mo Ali said. The argument of the code of conduct is, look, I think Mr. Clinton will agree with me. There's something in the law we call the spirit of the letter. That means the intent of the framer of the Constitution. The framer was they focused on activity in that position. If the code of conduct has said you cannot occupy a political position in the political party and at the same time occupy a governmental position, that's clear cut. But participating in political activity is not the same as occupying political position. And we won that case.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Let me bring in Glennie. Glennie?
Stanton, I don't really have anything to say about this situation right now. I came in late, so I really haven't followed.
Okay. Clinton? Gamade? Amen. You talking to us or you talking to your CDC people? Gamade? All right, let's come back to him. Aaron Gray?
Gamade!
Sandra, I just entered the program, but I have a coin to tickle with Mr. Moali. There was a case involving BJ Samukai and one other official of government under Madam Sirleaf administration, and I think they were participating in political activities. So I want Mr. Moali to draw our attention to that issue, whether the reason Mr. Samukai and others were found to be in violation of the participation in politics as ministers in government, was that the same the Supreme Court ruled on, or this is something different completely?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, I know the only case that Honorable Brani Samuka was at the Supreme Court for or at the court was the charges that were levied against him. They say he misappropriated
mandatory charges.
people's funds.
No, not that case. Not that case, Mr. Ali. The one I'm talking about, BJ Samuka, I think I want to say the former maybe senator of Bond County, what's his name, Henry Topa. Those two individuals were actually charged with political participation while they were still ministering of government. So was there anything of that sort, or maybe I'm just missing things?
I accept you bring that to my memory, but I don't quite remember. But again, let's be clear here.
All right.
If you are in government.
No, I want you to hold on right there because I want to bring Clinton on. If not, then we can just close this because we got to talk about asset declaration. Clinton, are you with us? Yes or no, my man? Are you having another conversation? Clinton. All right, so the man is having another conversation. But I need wrap up on this thing, then wrap this thing up because it must start trying to call.
Yeah, so Stanton, again, the only best interpreter of the law in this country is the court. And because the Unity Party, the MDR, ARCOP, and other political parties who have their leaders in government felt that their rights were on the verge of being trampled on by the office of the ombudsman, they went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said no injury has been done. There's no proof that these people have been, even though they are leaders of political party, but they have been participating in political activities, canvassing, all those kind of things. Until you can come to us and show that injury has been done, that is proved that this person is using their position to canvass or to campaign in political activities, you do not have a case. We'll put a halt to this one. And so the people who brought you here, they are right. And that's clear.
So the issue, right quick, while we close on this, the issue here is that you guys, it's not about position, it's about participation in political issues.
It is about participation.
So,
like I am now the managing director, I cannot be managing director at this time and I say I want to participate in election, I want to contest.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Mo. Let me ask you a question. The election, Oyan Twain in Nima County. We saw your party chairman who is on the board, and we saw other folks in this government that work in this government. They participated though. They wore the stuff, they campaigned for him. Were they in violation?
So, Stanton, I cannot determine as to whether they were in violation. If somebody feels that an injury has been done to them or to the law, they can take it to court. But if I want to participate in campaign and I am
No, I agree. I'm not saying.
let me say this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I cannot use my working time to take it to go campaign. If I want to go campaign, for example, for 1 month or 2 months or 2 weeks, it means that I have to take leave of absence. The code of conduct is clear again. I have to take leave of absence from my job to go do my political campaign, and without pay. I cannot be paid for that period.
So let me, we try to understand this, right? We try to understand this better. It's only important because they are, listen, they're on Facebook, all right? I'm not saying you should say yes or no, because I know those are your partisans and some of them are your colleagues. But my thing is that they are on Facebook. If a Stanton with his phone fake injury right now saying that, listen, I saw them, they participated, we get the video, we get the evidence. Do I have a case? I can go now to the ombudsman and give it to them, and they can go to court and say, listen, these guys participated on working days, and that's an issue. Is that what you are saying?
I think that's the intent of the law.
Okay. So I think I understand.
See, also we have to look at section 1.3.17, the ombudsman. And one thing that interests me is the fact that it stated clearly that the ombudsman is someone or group of persons appointed or authorized by the president of Liberia and confirmed by the Senate to enforce, oversee, monitor, and evaluate the adherence to the code of conduct. Such individual or groups of persons shall receive and investigate complaints against public officials, employees of government, and national institutions. So I want to ask Mr. Ali, because he argued that they did not receive complaint. But this act is saying their statutory responsibility is to enforce, to oversee, to monitor, and evaluate adherence to the code of conduct. How can you reconcile this?
So, and thank you, Patrick, for bringing that up. The ombudsman office is like a quasi-judiciary system. It is a system that should be there, like you said, to monitor. So we are monitoring. Has anybody violated the code of conduct? If you see somebody violating, like we said, Mo Ali is in a appointed position and he is misusing a position to participate in political campaigning and canvassing, then the ombudsman can investigate. Another thing is, I am participating and somebody complains in Patrick's go and carry complaint and say, I noticed that Mo Ali is campaigning or is violating the code of conduct, and provide evidence. The office of the ombudsman investigates and finds me guilty, and they put the penalty. That is it. But the ombudsman cannot take office today, then tomorrow they start writing all the.
I think it's clear, Mo. I think what you did today, I think what you did today with that argument is clear. We can move on and come back later. I think more of these things need to be done. But Clinton, are you with us? We got to move to the next one. You are having some sweet love conversation with somebody. I don't know who is it.
You're ready for me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the first thing I want to clarify is the code of conduct does not define what political activity is. That's the first. There's no definition for political activities in the code of conduct, and that's a loophole that Moore and the rest of the people are exploiting. Now, they should have done that. The legislature made a mistake when they didn't do that. Now, whether or not just being on a political party, just holding a political party position is engaged in political activity is a whole nother argument, and that's subject to interpretation. But I don't buy the argument that you're making that you can, because the Constitution says that we all have the right to political association, so automatically we are allowed to hold government positions and participate in political association. It doesn't, because look, your right is fundamental. You have those rights, but you don't have a right to the position you occupy in government. That is a privilege. So if you're going to occupy that government position as a privilege, then you have to abide by certain regulations. Now, they have a fine argument because the Code of Conduct doesn't define what political activity. What we say in the past is that we had, I know this because when I think it was the DeLong, the election with DeLong and CDC appointed a campaign team that had a number of government officials, and the argument was that they could not serve on the campaign team while occupying the positions. So in this case, I disagree with Mo Ali. Just holding the position in itself might not be a violation of the Code of Conduct, but when you go to a party meeting, I think you're engaging in political activity, whether or not you're using party resources, right? Because I think what they're trying to do, they were trying to model this thing after what you call the hash.
So let me hold you there. Let me hold you there real quick. If you go to party meeting on your non-working days, is that violation? You muted yourself. Exactly what you always do. You muted yourself, my friend. You muted yourself. Something happened.
Kamala, they
Right.
can't hear you.
Oh, okay. So because of the influence in job, right? So what is
Can you answer my question over? If you go to party meetings, how you say days, on your non-working days, is that a violation?
You are engaged in a political activity.
Yes, on the non-working days.
Yeah, you're still engaged in political activity. And I listened to Patrick, and I think he talked about why the president and the president and the other elected officials.
Well, not too clear. They didn't say on or off working days, though. Okay, I mean, because more of the argument is saying that don't use the equipment, don't use the resources given to you at the job. If you're not working, you take your pen to your party meeting. Are you in violation?
What days are set aside as non-working day?
Right. So when you're an official of government, there are certain officials of government that don't have a time clock attached to them, right? They're 24 hours. The Minister of Justice doesn't have a time clock. He's the Minister of Justice 24 hours, right? So on Saturday, he could be doing government work. He's the Chief Law Enforcement Officer. So you can say on Saturday he's not a Minister of Justice.
So who determined that?
Well, Civil 7. If I'm a Civil 7, I don't have to work on Saturday and Sunday. The Civil 7 law says I work from Monday to Friday between a certain hours.
So let's put it on Civil 7. So if we agree that Civil 7 law Monday through Friday, and then the Minister of Justice can bring in his own schedule and say my schedule, I'm off.
But the Minister of Justice can bring his own schedule because he's a political appointee. It's like if you're a salary employee. If you're a salary employee, you work anytime. You don't have.
You do work by schedule, man. Don't do this.
You work by schedule, Stanton, right? But if you were to work up to 7 o'clock, you don't get paid overtime because you're a salary employee.
No, but you still got a schedule. You're not a slave to your job.
You can work outside your schedule. Your boss man can say, "Come in on Saturday."
You are making my argument. If the justice minister come and say, "You are making my argument," he's the boss for himself and say, "Listen."
No, he's not the boss for himself. So if the president calls the Minister of Justice to come to his office to a meeting on Saturday, will he say, "I don't work on Saturdays"?
But that's the if.
I think Clinton is taking this argument.
That's the if.
Way outside of what we are discussing.
No, but more. This is the point I'm trying to make here. More is this.
I have 2 comments.
More. The point I'm trying to make here is this. One, political activity is not defined in the Code of Conduct, so you have a loophole there. But political activity.
That is not true. Political activities are clearly defined.
No, it's not.
Defined for us more.
Can you show me where in the Code of Conduct political activity is defined?
They are defined as canvassing.
No, that's not a definition. No, you're reading it wrong. You're reading it completely wrong.
So, Bo is right. Mo is up here. Momo is up here. It cannot be the definition.
That's not the definition. That is not the definition.
So,
Okay.
my question is on
we disagree to agree. I want us to
5.8.
move. I want us to go to the next one, which is the asset declaration.
Can you speak to 5.8 where it asks for political management?
Hold on 1 minute. I gave Dr. Richardson the last second year.
Uh,
Dr. Richardson.
In the code of conduct,
it
about I believe it's 5.8. It talks about political management. Can you speak about how do you define political management?
Mo?
Yeah.
What Dr. Richardson, then read about what it says about political management. I
Okay,
don't have
let me read about it. I'll just read it. This
So maybe just read it. Yeah.
Yes, let me read about it. It says it is unlawful for any civil servant employed in any branch of the government to use his official authority or influence for the purpose of interfering with an election or affecting the result thereof. Then it goes further and says, no officer or employee in the executive branch of government or any agency or department thereof shall take any active part in political management or in political campaigns. All such persons shall retain the right to vote as they may choose and to express their opinions on political subjects. That's what on political subjects. So there's a part that says that no officer or employees in the executive branch of the government or any agency or department thereof shall take any active part in political management, which to me would be managing a political party or political campaigns. I just wanted to speak to that.
So I will speak to that, and I will speak to it from the beginning of the statement you read. It said, do not use your office to influence election results or any of such. And that was one of the intent of this entire code of conduct, that you cannot be in a position to use that position, the influence of that position, to alter or to cause to happen for an election result to be changed. That is one thing. The second thing is that law is also clear. When you are in civil servant position, you cannot participate in political activities. I'm sure there is a part there I think I read before. During your official work hour, and when I was at Ministry of Finance during the 2017 campaign, I wanted to participate because I was spokesman of the Unity Party campaign in 2017. I had to take leave of absence. The handbook is clear. The civil service handbook. When you want to participate in political campaign, you take leave of absence from work without pay and go and do your campaign, your political activities, and come back. But while you are active on duty, you cannot do it. Now, those are for civil servants. They are not for political appointees. And the name itself makes it very, very clear. Political appointees are not the same as civil servants. That's why they say political appointee. You cannot say a political
Thank you. We got to go. We got to go, Dr. Richardson. Thank you, Mo. Mo, we got to go. It's 5:30, 10:30 in Liberia. Let's go to the asset declaration. What say you, Mo?
So, Senator, what I wanted to say quickly, the last time the LACC released the list of those that declare assets, in fact, all of the ministers, top ministers are declared asset. They say around 500 persons are declared asset from about 2,000 or 3,000 persons that were appointed. Most of those in government at top level positions, heads of agencies, minister, deputy minister, assistant minister, they have declared their assets. Now, what is confusing here is, for example, in Sino, the president has appointed more than 160 persons, talking about township commissioners and all those kind of things. In Grenada, in all of the counties, they make a bulk of the appointments. Now, you do not expect that somebody will come from in the a township commissioner will come from Grand Crew or way behind in Bapulu to come to Morovia to declare asset. So what the LACC should do, they should make this, they should decentralize the declaration of asset so that those people that are way there in the butchers can have the opportunity to declare their asset. You don't expect somebody way in Grange, there was a township commissioner in one town that is almost inaccessible to come to Morovia just to come declare asset. And those are the people, the bulk of whom have not declared their asset. So when they say, 500 declare out of 3,000 appointed government officials, then people will interpret it like.
So you are saying everybody in Morovia more. So everybody in Morovia that's working from Morovia.
No, I'm not saying everybody in Morovia. What I am saying, the people who hold political position of consequence have declared their asset. The LACC is right here. We can
all of that. No, all of them. No, I got it. I got the paper I about to publish it. You say all of them have declared their asset.
Please do.
All of them or most of them? I just want us to be on the record though.
No, I did not say all of them. I said most of them.
Okay.
Most of them have declared their asset. People who hold political positions of consequence in Morovia, they've declared their assets.
Okay, guys, you want to say anything? We got more ideas. It's always good having
you. Yeah, CEO. I want to say something quickly.
Your stuff is very bad, my brother. Can you go out and come back in, please? They're having a bad sign.
Yeah.
We're begging you, please. Please, Vandela, just work on it. Get out and come back. Maybe it will be better, please.
No, I'm good. CEO. I'm good.
Vandela, you gotta go back and come back.
All right. So, Uncle Sam, go ahead. You want to say something on this asset declaration?
I want to say something on the general principle of governance that is being played with here. And let me speak to the Liberian people. What brought us to the failed state status is when we start rationalizing, when we start peeling away at governance issues and be very, to speak good English to justify these things. Because guess what? The United Party will not be in power for 1,000 years. Their reign will come to an end. And when others come, they will take a page from what Mo Ali and others are doing to justify their actions.
But are the action wrong, Uncle Sam? What Mo Ali saying? Is he wrong as per
Mo Ali is very wrong because the code talks about political management. And
who's there to interpret it, Uncle Sam? Let me
tell you something. As a practical matter, look at a liberal democracy. Somebody who was chairman of a political party gets to be appointed Minister of Finance or Secretary of State or something. And that person continues to be the party chairman and to be a cabinet minister. I mean, just look at that.
So no, it's not about just look at it. It's not about practical. Uncle Sam, begging you. It's not about just look at it. It's not about practical. It's not about common sense. That's why we have the court. That's why we have the Supreme Court that right now trying to interpret the rule within the House. So if Mo Ali today and the Unity Party said, we smell something here, and allow us to go to the court and prove that this thing needs to be clarified for a better tomorrow, are they wrong? It doesn't mean because
what is the issue that was before?
Let me finish. Governance works when people have integrity and they do not use loopholes within the Constitution or the legal system to get away with transgressions. Once you start doing that, that's how you undermine democracy, because you look for loopholes to do illegal things and things that do not coagulate democracy.
But then, Uncle Sam, then they ran to the Supreme Court. So are you blaming the Supreme Court now that the Supreme Court is being manipulated by the party? Because the Supreme Court saying, listen,
but
we
that's
have to
what
interpret
that's what scalawags
the
do.
ambiguity within.
Stanton,
the
that's
question.
what
What is the
scalawags
issue that was
do.
before the
That's
Supreme
what
Court?
dictators do. They use a loopholes within the law to undermine democracy. Because this is clearly undermining democracy when you can have a political party leader be in an official position 7 days a week, and he can go and take his time off and go run his party and come back and run the government. That is not the essence of democracy.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Thank
you, Uncle Sam. Dr. Richardson, before we bring in, let's go back to Mo. Mo, are you there?
Yeah, Doctor, I'm here.
I'm kind of like, a lot of Liberians now, I know that we got to dig deeper into this thing. So, like Glennie said, well, I just came, I want to understand this, and everybody want to understand themselves. You went to the Supreme Court. The ombudsman went to whoever went to the Supreme Court. It's the best place to go because Liberians need clarity. Why will Uncle Sam blame you today or blame the ombudsman for going to the biggest court, the only court that can clarify this thing? I thought you did the right thing to say, help us understand.
Because what I believe is that Uncle Sam wants to twist things around. You know, no dictator used the court. Everybody who respects the law runs to the court. And the court said, look, the ombudsman is right. Whether complete or not, you guys have to resign, either from your positions in government or from your position in the political party. We were going to be the first to tell the guys to resign. Even within the various political parties, there were people saying, look, y'all got to resign, y'all got to resign. And others said, no, we think our rights have been violated. Therefore, we'll go to the court to interpret this particular law. So the court has said, look, come and show us where these people's participation in government has caused an injury. Then we'll take a decision. But until you can do that, we think you are violating that right by asking them to resign. What is it over there that somebody taking advantage
So hold on 1 minute.
No.
So hold on 1 minute. So hold on 1 minute, Mo. Hold on 1 minute, guys. Let's try to come down to something real quick. I'm done with Mo Ali because I think I've understood this. That Richardson, you left though, so I have to go to somebody else.
I wanted to ask Mo Ali a question, man.
After that, Richardson, sure, put your hand up. But again, let's just understand this real quick. The Supreme Court is the best place to go. The House of Representatives, you guys are saying go to the Supreme Court. You'll send Fulati to the Supreme Court. You'll send everybody to the Supreme Court. But because of Unity Party now feel that, listen, I think we got a case here. Let's go to the Supreme Court. Uncle Sam saying that dictatorship form of government. I am surprised.
Prescott decision. Prescott decision. Prescott decision in the United States was a decision of the Supreme Court of the United States of America.
We're not in the United States. That make this too.
That's how democracy
you ask people to go to the Supreme Court. Now Mo Ali and the ombudsman went to the Supreme Court. You haven't done.
But there's nothing wrong with going to the Supreme Court. You are missing. I think the issue is
a problem with it. That's what you say.
There's nothing wrong with going to the Supreme Court.
I was just going to say that just briefly going over the law. I think I would want to agree with the Councillor Clinton and also to some extent with Mo Ali that it needs to be reviewed and perhaps changed and make it consistent, because I don't see how they will apply not involving political management is only geared towards civil servants, and then if you're a political appointee, then you can't engage in political activities. So the language in this code of conduct is not consistent. Okay, there's certain things that you're a civil servant that you can do, and there's certain things that you're a political appointee that you can do. And the spirit of it is to protect the citizens, is to avoid people from getting into corruption. Secondly, I think that things like code of conduct, ethical guidelines, they are preventative measures. You don't have to wait for one to violate the code of conduct or to violate the ethical guideline in order for you to take them to court. It's just something that you are expected to engage in if you take that job or that profession. It's like me saying that, part of my code of conduct is saying that if a client is in imminent danger, that means that if they're trying to commit suicide, I'm supposed to do everything in my power to make sure that they are safe. Now, if I will,
Thank you.
so now I want to be caught. Okay, I'll wait and the client is in danger all they want. And then I'll say, oh, I'll wait until they are caught before, and then I'll take it to court.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
So stand up.
So we got to go. Let's get more Ali the last one. We have to go. We have to go. More Ali, please. Have the last one, please. We got to go.
Yeah, just 30 seconds quickly. That is the reason why, as part of the president's legislative agenda, when you see it, a comprehensive review and amendment of the code of conduct is there. Because we all believe that the code of conduct, as it is written, is violates people's right, and there are just certain things there that are just not clear. So that's why the president reviewed it. Let's have a comprehensive review of the code of conduct so that it can serve the purpose for which the frameworks intended.
Thank you. Again, I want to say more. Thank you. I know you're standing by. If there any other thing, we'll get back to you. Thanks. We got to go on the set. Thank you a lot. All right. So let's make this good. Everybody will have the time to say. For me, I think I got something away from this. And everybody here, they are quite correct, I do believe. My fellow Liberians, we learn it every day. The code of conduct need to be really simplified. And the best place to go to do so, that's the Supreme Court. So when you have Mo Ali and the Unity Partisan, the Ombudsman, they're all running to the Supreme Court. They're running there for better clarity. Even the rule, the horse rule, needed to be clarified. That's why today we'll be discussing who win and who will be on the losing end, because the Supreme Court too need to clarify these things. So let's do our closing on this. Please, guys, 1 minute, then we can move on to the next conversation. Let me bring in my brother from Della, Patrick. Let's hear you, VP. Maybe you better this time.
Yes, CEO. I have a fundamental problem with this code of conduct.
Nah, Vandela, you are not. I don't know what's happening with you today.
No, but somebody muted me. Are you hearing me?
No, you are sounding very you are sounding very bad, Vandela, please. It looks like that's the new set. It's ask everybody.
Are you listening? Are you listening on a device like a speaker? I think
but it's very bad though. It giving us ear problem, ear teasing, some kind of teasing. Yeah, that's the root group thing. Get away from the root group computer.
What a work on ear teasing? What's that? Ear teasing now? What is?
And the inflammation of the ear that teasing. So
Okay.
you get it now? And the inflammation of the ear, put the ISN there.
Are you hearing me now? Am I?
No, man, forget what today, but go and regroup and come back tomorrow. You gave me your ear teasing. If you want to know that inflammation, we just look for the last 3 letters. We say, okay, we're good. Yeah. But let's just let hear you, Dr. Richard. So let's close on this quick, 30 second each. Where are you?
I feel like sometimes the Supreme Court can be in error. And the reason why I say this is that even in developing countries, Uncle Sam referenced the Dred Scott case, which, spoke about extending citizenship to Black men. Okay, we saw that depending on who's at the court, they are human beings. They can be overruled. Okay, a case can be right now we are dealing with Roe versus Wade in this country. For the longest time, that was right, the law, and then we got a certain group of legal people that came into power. They say no, we'll overturn that. So I'm a little bit in the court these days. We have the Denny.
Thank you.
Okay.
30 seconds. Thank you, Dr. Richard. Say 30 seconds. I go to Paul Kennedy. We'll see you, my brother.
Yes, Stanton, listen. It's sad that our country has become more political than a governing country. The politics in Liberia is so much so to the extent that people are trying to reframe everything to politically angle that's them. And for somebody to come here to tell me that political parties are seeking the welfare of communities. That's not true. Political parties don't seek the welfare of communities. Political parties are formulated to seek the welfare of like-minded group of partisans. That's the reason why they are telling you when you are spearheading these groups, you cannot be holding good governance position because governance position requires transparency, accountability, and the participation of all citizens. So you take one person from the political party, if I'm
Thank
from
you.
Unity Party or from one party and don't see you as subscribing to my
Thank you.
principles, I will not do you well.
Isn't a
So
problem
we need
going to the
stop
Supreme
that.
Court for candidates? So now everybody ran to the Supreme Court. Do you see that as a problem, or is the best way to go?
I think the Supreme Court is the ultimate way to go. Sometimes, though, the Supreme Court becomes a party, a partisan. They bend the laws. They interpret.
We understand that, but
they
the best thing is that everybody running to the Supreme Court. Please help us understand, clarify the convention, clarify the participation. I think it was the best place to go. Correct?
It is the best place. You are correct. It is the
Thank
best
you.
place to go.
Uncle Sam, your 30 seconds, sir.
I'll take you to Dred Scott that says a human being was a property by the Supreme Court. And I'm looking back to Roe v. Wade. Scalawags use the Supreme Court, packing the court, putting people with like minds in the Supreme Court to obfuscate and undermine liberal democracy. It is clear that 1980, prior to 1980, the chairman of the political of the Chewy party were involved in government. They have key positions in government, and we came to the conclusion that it is not good for somebody running a political party to be an official in government, and that was clear. And we all rail against the CDC for people wearing party paraphernalia and all of that. That's why some people lost their tenure positions. Now you're coming to say now because the shoe is on the other foot. Now you're coming to say now because the shoe is on the other foot. That is okay. Right. You know, but if they want to undermine our labor democracy for their short-term political benefits, that's okay. Because some of us may live long enough for another political party to get into power and do exactly what they're doing. So that's fine. If that's what the rule is, we accept. We accept. But there will be a day that other parties will come to power and do the same thing too. They will see what they say. That's all I have to say.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's do 30 seconds. Sister Glennie, before we go to Acid Doe. Glennie, you want to say something on this? Well,
yeah, I think we have to be careful, or the Liberian people, Liberian government, or whoever have to be careful of not using the Supreme Court in issues where they cannot resolve, and so they run there because they don't want to make that decision. And the Supreme Court is there strictly to interpret the law. They're not there to handle other disputes that could be handled probably with the senators, legislators, or even the executive branch. So I think that caution needs to be exhibited, and I think the only person that can caution some of these situations will be the Supreme Court, the justices. Don't use us now for everything. You come to us because you don't want to decide, so you come to us to make the decision. I think that line of demarcation need to be drawn so that they're not running there for every single thing. I don't think that is the solvent to all of the problems. I think that there are some things that can be handled that does not have to go to the law. Of course, you get into a roadblock, then yes, you can go there. But I think they should not use that as their first resort in issues where they could be able to resolve themselves.
Thank you very much. I'll be bringing Acid Doe.
Well, Stanton, I drank this water this morning. It's icy right now, but it is feeling hot in my hands. The hypocrisy on the faces of Unity Party is mind-blowing. The same Unity Party that ran campaign on the issue of code of conduct. The same Unity Party that boasted all around the planet that they were a serious government because they appointed an ombudsman. It is the same Unity Party today using their mouth to defend issues against the Unity Party, against the same code of conduct. Only because it is now on the other foot. This is a shame to our country. And let's not forget quickly before I end, one of the major issues against those who were holding turning position was that they participated in political events.
Yeah.
When did the United Party know that the code of conduct, after all, is violating people's rights? Oh, they got to know today because Amos Twain now is part of it. The hypocrisy in Unity Party is the reason why the country is going so bad. Imagine Mo Ali defending it. They see Mo Ali, who was all around the place scratching her vein against code of conduct. It's the same in Mo Ali today defending code of conduct. It is a shame, and United Party, I swear to God, they are a bad party.
Thank you very much, Asado.
Amazing that Stephen Josie
Thank
was
you
in our
very much.
cabinet out here writing against his fellow panelists. I just think that's interesting.
Okay, so let me just move on, and I will say this, Colonel Gray.
You want me to comment?
Yes, your 30 seconds. Let's close
Oh
on this
yes,
issue.
yes, my brother. Firstly, I don't know if the code of conduct was even ratified and made into law, codified and made into law, because I can't find it in the National Gazette. Maybe it hasn't made it there yet. But if the issue for which the code of conduct was set up is not to prevent conflict of interest, not to have this you bedazzling between the government and the power that be and using your influence. If that was not the reason for the code of conduct as espoused by Mo Ali, then I wonder what it was. And to come back with this Supreme Court issue, my brother, I think the Supreme Court has become a banjo place. It was not meant for that. I think it was meant for you gave the lower courts, you understand, the appeal court. You give them the.
So VP, please stop unmuting yourself. We will get to you. You will speak, but if you unmute yourself, then we have some problem. Please.
Yeah. So the Supreme Court now has become like, a toothless bulldog. Anything and everything they just meddle into, when those things can go through the lower courts, and then we have a perfect democracy. But if everything we have to go to the Supreme Court, then what's the need for the other courts? Because it seems as though everybody running out to the Supreme Court to get decision. And as others have said, they can be influenced. That's why people try to appoint as many people as possible to serve on that bench, as associate or justice of the Supreme Court, Chief Justice. Once you have that, you grab that court, into your arm politically, and that's why everybody is running there now. So I mean, they're not doing a good job.
Thank you. Let me bring in Councilor Clinton, Antonina Law Clinton, criminal Antonina Law, and something else you say. I forgot your title. Go ahead.
Look, this is my issue. The core of conduct, like I said, it does not define what political activity, but when you look for a definition, if it doesn't find a definition in a particular thing, you can look elsewhere and see the definition of that thing. If you look in the US and you look at the Hash Act, political activity is defined as any activity that is geared towards promoting a political party. So if you are within the government and going to a political party function, you are engaged in political party. Now, the question I was going to ask more that you didn't allow me to was, what was the issue? Because we don't have the decision of the Supreme Court before us. So we don't know exactly the issue that was before the Supreme Court. Whether the ombudsman was just arguing that by merely holding the position within the political party, they are violating the code of conduct, or by they took a step further by engaging in political activity, which means going to party functions. So we don't know exactly what is before the Supreme Court, but I will argue here that political party, the first thing, they're wrong when they say the political activity is defined. that command and that other thing that following the in to put in the simple thing, that's not a definition. It says don't engage in political activity, canvass, or for elected position, two different things. That's not a definition. So Mo is wrong when he says that's a definition. So political activity is broad. And the intent of the code of conduct, I think Uncle Sam has said it, the other panel has said it, was to divorce the political party from the functions of the government. Historically, what we're seeing in Liberia is that government officials have used the position to influence political decisions in the country. So that was the intent. The law as written is bad, but mind you, it was a unity party government who signed off on our law. As bad as it was President Sirleaf who signed off on our law. So it's the same.
Thank you very much.
Who did the law? Now the law is they're having a problem with that law.
Well, thank you very much, my brother Clinton. Thanks a lot. Let me bring in Vanusaki.
Thank you, Senator. Let me just make this easy for everybody. Where there's no law, there's no violation. I think Clinton agree with me on that. Where there's no law, there's no violation. Except somebody can prove to me that the code of conduct specifically says you cannot occupy a political position in a political party and occupy a governmental position, there's no violation. And let me say this, a political party can set up an entire campaign team outside of the political structure of the political party to manage the affair of political activity during campaign. So this is why it's difficult. The same thing I said about the intent to contest. A few years ago, I said to people, we have to revisit and restructure and reset the code of conduct. Because it says that if you have the intent to contest, you should resign. So if I'm a minister, I can wait for 3 months to election, and my people can petition me to contest. I don't have the intent to contest. There was no intent. My people asked me, so I accepted. So you take me to court and say, Sagi is a minister, he want to contest. I didn't have the intent. It's my people who call on me. So as other people say, we just have to revisit. The law is not perfect. You always have to visit. So there's no violation here. Nothing. No, all those in political position can maintain that political position. Just stay away from political activity. Stay away from using government facilities, government resources to do political activity. But you are good. You don't have to resign. Hold your political position and do your government job.
For that, Patrick. For that, let's say maybe you better now.
So quickly, CEO, I think the intentionality of this law was meant to reform the public sector. However, the first branch of government, the legislature, I think I see some biases. It only targets the executive branch of government because they are telling the executives, before you contest in a code of conduct, you must resign 2 years before election. But mind you, members of the national legislature are paid more than public officials. The same state covers the burden cars, the guest pass cars. They belong to political parties. But no, they go to political parties, they visit their constituencies, they engage in political activities throughout the year, but they don't want people from the executive branch of government to also do that. This is discriminatory. Besides, see, we got to be very clear here. Our constitution is clear. We have the right to belong to political institutions in this country. What I don't agree with, if you are a member or an executive of a political party, you use the political party vehicle or money to conduct the affairs of your political institution, then there is a problem. But I think it's discriminatory. Look at everything tackles the executive branch of government. But then look at the legislature. Today, some of them, they can be sitting representative, they contest in another county. It is at the detriment of the people. In fact, 2029, many of them will be leaving from Mosul-Rado, other countries, to go to other countries to go and contest. For what? Because you cannot. Thank you.
Again, want to say thank you guys. We have to move on to the subject. For that, Patrick, please, let's keep you muted. If you are speaking, we'll unmute you because we're having a bad interruption with your sound. Please, we're begging you. So let's just move on real quick. I want to disagree with my brother Clinton, Uncle Sam, as they do. You know, your argument is welcome, though, but I think the Supreme Court should be the place to go. When we need some final interpretation, we should run to the Supreme Court. Folks, let's agree that we all beat on CDC. Well, it was onto CDC to run to the Supreme Court, and they didn't. You can blame me because I'm doing that which is right to make my
Stand on,
case.
you even shame talking that things there, brother.
No, but that's not an issue. But when
No,
I didn't
no,
say you
no,
can't go. But let's clarify now. We didn't say we went to the Supreme.
but let me finish now. I'm begging you my federal burden on this show, please. It will be only fair that we do this one at a time. I got only 30 seconds, like everybody else. You had your opportunity. You were the sitting government. You had a Supreme Court. You didn't go to the Supreme Court. So, if you did, the Supreme Court didn't rule in your favor, you don't have to blame the person that running to the Supreme Court. This is part of good governance. These guys that should have sat and say, you know what, we're not resigning, we're going to the Supreme Court. Mr. President, don't bring in the ombudsman. We're fine. We'll go ahead. No. The president brought in the ombudsman, but yet and still, we should challenge the ombudsman and we should challenge the law. We should go to the Supreme Court and let the Supreme Court, who is the finder, every one of you can say this in the arbiter of the law, let it come up and interpret. Now, we can get mad with the Supreme Court, though. As the Supreme Court, that my brother Conor Gray said, that he used something about Banjo Supreme Court. Well, we can make that argument. But it shouldn't stop us from going to the Supreme Court. Because the Supreme Court should be the place to go. And if you get a good lawyer, you get a good person like my brother Gama there, then go make your case, and the Liberian people will benefit. But how dare you? The place that my sister Glennie want to be tomorrow, when she become a lawyer, you telling her, say, don't go there, don't respect them. How dare you? I mean, and this is why CDC always shoot themselves in the leg. You should have gone to the Supreme Court.
Oh, start on. This is not one of the days you talk about.
Nobody make that argument. Nobody make that argument.
Your argument is so flawed, man.
Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do it. I said, though, we're not having interrupting us. You have the time to speak, but then you got to give your friend a chance to speak. I know you got right to disagree with me, but for Mo Ali and Unity Party and Amos Square to take advantage of this and say we'll go to the Supreme Court and let the Supreme Court help us understand, I think that's plus to them. And at the end of the day, when CDC come tomorrow, do the same thing if they will ever come. Or when our independent party come tomorrow, let them do the same thing. Only the Supreme Court will interpret. Donald Trump with that. And at the end of the day, where is Way be way? It is why it is, folks. Make news of the Supreme Court. I mean, then tomorrow, trust me, election have consequences. I will go back to Aaron Gray. When you are elected, you enjoy the privilege, and anything else you have, election does have consequences. So my brother and my other brother Acido, this is Acido behavior. I will come on the show whenever Stanton speaking, I will not give him a chance to finish. So I think we will move on. When you have your time to speak, you will come back and speak. Clinton, I will not give you guys a chance. You guys communicating a lot, and you have the right intention.
I've been speaking to Isaac, my man. I ain't thought that.
Yeah, but I would not believe that. Isaac told me this morning you spoke to him. So let's move to the next issue real quick. The House of Representatives, the big news coming up tomorrow. But we listen to small yama that Isaac can say here and there about this ruling. I mean, where are you, Uncle Sam? Today we spoke. And it doesn't look good. But talk to me, Uncle Sam. I want to bring you in first. Where are you with the expected ruling from the Supreme Court scheduled tomorrow?
So basically, I don't get emotional about anything like that. I go to experts. What I've done, I've spoken to several legal luminaries from across the political aisle, and they told me that the law is on the side of the Speaker, Fonati Kofa. But now we know the Supreme Court, there can be political interference in terms of in their mindset, how they view this, right? So if they just rule purely based upon the law, they know what the consequences will be because they know that the 43 will never, ever go under the gavel of the speaker. They know that because they live in Liberia, they have friends, they have family, they listen to the news, listen to social media, right? So here is what I think is going to happen. I think the ruling tomorrow is going to be very murky, so murky that both sides can claim victory. And in doing that, that will give an advantage to the 43 because it is about numbers and the state have the 43. Then it will force the executive to make some pragmatic decision as where to cast their lot. But if we're going strictly by the law, Fanati will win. If we're going strictly by the law. But in a liberal democracy, in the political economy, there are political interference or political influences, and so I think the ruling will be very murky. It will not. It will not be. It will not be very
Thank you.
clear.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in we'll bring one. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson. Then we'll go to Asido. Then we'll come back to because it's plenty for us to enjoy the show tonight. Dr. Richardson, your expectation, what's going on from the Supreme Court?
So, if the Supreme Court, or like most courts, they go by precedent, which is a prior example that they use, like a measurement that they use to make decisions. And if they go by that, they use the rule of law. The law is, as Uncle Sam says, on the side of Onati Kofa. However, though, I want to be very clear, and I'm also open-minded about this, that the people on the Supreme Court are humans. They are open to political influences. And in a country such as ours, we see there are times like the drug case that we can put that out there. And there are other cases in Liberia where we can say, that perhaps the rule of law wasn't followed. It was followed by, political makeup, even in developed countries. As you mentioned, and I mentioned earlier, and Uncle Sam initially mentioned the dress code case where they said a black man could not be allowed, was not in the United States. And that case was actually overturned because a black man cannot be citizen in the United States. Roe versus Wade was for the longest time in the United States, again, applied to women. But again, that case was overturned, suggesting, as you're saying, Stanton, that elections have consequences. Elections have consequences. So tomorrow, I'm open-minded. I'm waiting to hear what the court has to say with those two views that if they follow the rule of law, will go, Fanati has a case. If they are influenced by men and politics, then he does not have a case.
Okay, so let me go to Asido before we bring Glenn. Asido, your Supreme Court expectation on the ruling schedule for tomorrow?
Well, what I know is that the Supreme Court is going to determine the direction of Liberia for a long time to come tomorrow. That's what I know. The decision Supreme Court will render tomorrow will have the ability to shape the political scene of Liberia for a long time.
Asido, wait 1 minute. Asido, wait 1 minute. I'll put you on the main picture because Asido is parking in the parking lot of Bank of America. If you look through the car window, that's a big sign right there. That's where Asido work, Bank of America. Asido, you see on your left shoulder, we get a sign. The big.
Stanton, I need to continue
right
to toggle.
Bank of America right there. Go ahead. I just decided to tell the people where you are.
Yeah,
but
but
go
take
ahead,
this off the
Asido.
street now. I don't know why I won't see it over there. Thank
Okay.
you.
I know we
You're
got you. We got you already. Go ahead.
You're once seeing your own thing. So as I'm saying, the Supreme Court will be, taking a decision that will shape Liberia's political landscape for a long time. Listen, anything, anything other than having rebels return to a place of civility, following the rule of law, will be detrimental to our country's future. It will only tell you that it is possible you have 6, 7 speakers every 6 years. Because once you can convince 37%, Speaker, you are out. The other one come, you are out. So I expect nothing less than the Supreme Court ruling to uphold the law of the Constitution, to interpret the plain text of the Constitution. Nothing in me would tell me anything other than this. What happens tomorrow? We will know. We know the ruling was expected today. There was some back and forth within the chamber. Other people saying, oh, they look at this again, they bring this on. But at the end of the day, we are very confident that the Supreme Court will not look at the law and close their eyes, because Liberia's future will be on them.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Asado. You want to move your car and park somewhere else just to take away the
Sometimes
background?
I won't see what you see. I don't know
It's
what
right
you're
through your
talking
car
about.
window, and I'll
Please
make it. I will
continue.
illuminate
I'm
again.
parking to a
Okay.
different place. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Benny.
So I think we talked about, a little bit about this yesterday. The decision tomorrow is significant, will be significant. I'm sure they've already made the decision, and if tomorrow they're going to announce it, whenever they do, is a decision that's going to shape a few things in the country and the rule of law. So I mean, what can we say? I don't want to speculate. Whatever the decision is, something will reflect on how Liberia or the Baga government, how they're going to move forward. What's going to happen is going to mean it's just going to mean that whether it's the minority or the majority, whichever it's in, whoever favor is in, they will just wait, like Musa Belete say, if it's them 4-6 months from now, they will plot again. So because we've already seen with the majority who wants to be in the lead, they're not able to even follow what the law has said, what they've asked them to do. So it's an interesting time in Liberia. Liberia is always a unique place. Things that probably won't happen anywhere else will happen in the country. So we're looking forward to seeing what the court does tomorrow, because they have the final say tomorrow. We'll see.
Do you think? Okay, I'll make this the second round of the question, so let everybody come in. Agree?
You know, Senator, me, I like to reflect on history. If you go back and look at some of the genesis of the 1989 civil strife, I started off when President Doe appointed, I think, his countryman, Harper Bailey, to actually prosecute Chiachipo. And that was a struggle that probably where people felt that they were not getting justice in court anymore. The Supreme Court should not find itself in that position because they have consequences, their decisions. So when we find ourselves where every second people run into that court for decision, it's not a good thing, because then people know that's where the power is, and then they will try to manipulate the system, which is what we're gradually running into. And sometimes some people feel that the justice does not exist anymore in our republic. So if you want to hold the rule of law, then I'm happy for that. But if you do anything ordinary, that is, you allow a group of people to sit and use unconstitutional means to remove a constitutional authority, it's not a good thing to do. That's all I can say, because at the end of the day, group of people will come back and use that means. Some people will even go in the bush when they cannot, because it's unconstitutional. You laying the platform for people to use unconstitutional means to accomplish political aim. And again, go back to 1989, that was where we find ourselves, and people felt they were not obligated to the laws of our country anymore. And I see us gradually drifting in that arena. What applied yesterday under the CDC, that you can't violate the code of conduct, today people are saying that it's okay. You can't interfere. These are the genesis. I hope nothing else will come out of it. But let's be careful how we tread. We wreck our country before. I think we should tread cautiously to secure what we have, not to induce a failed state or even a pariah state, if you will. So I look forward to the Supreme Court tomorrow. Hope they use their best judgment and make our country to be a lawful nation as we intended it to be. Doc?
Who came in next, Reverend Gray? I'm sorry, I wasn't. Was it? Yes, Funny. Go ahead, and then Clinton, and then Ava.
Hey, thank you. I think tomorrow is, I mean, I don't know when the Supreme Court going to rule. I don't have a time frame on it. I don't work with the Supreme Court, but I know it's just going to be a good day for the majority black whenever the Supreme Court decides to rule. Because the only thing the Supreme Court is going to rule on is due process. And we all know that former Speaker Fernando cover for the due process. So I think it would just be funny for anyone to think that you will refuse due process, run to the Supreme Court, and cry to the chamber, to the judges, and ask them to offer you due process when you ran away from due process. As I said to the current speaker, Richard Nangweko, in my conversation to him, that God forbid, I said to him, God forbid, for any point in time that your colleagues in the majority will decide to remove you and primary set a committee to remove, to investigate for anything, please make yourself available to that committee for investigation. Never refuse due process, never run away from investigation and run to the Supreme Court. I think it was a big mistake that the former speaker, Fernando Cover, made. He's going to regret it. I will inform that he's regretting it right now. That's why he used in the military style to go and burger ride, get the copies of the budget.
You got proof?
Because he found out that no more, I got a proof on it.
You got proof you got. You think that he talking cool listening to you?
We'll talk about that since Glenny of the show against my village to that. So I'm just saying, this is not big and there's no precedent. The first precedent will be set tomorrow. Whenever the Supreme Court ruled to tell that now you can refuse due process and let them cry for due process at the Supreme Court. This thing is over. It just waste the time. I think former speaker from the government can clearly see what's going to happen. That's why he said, I'm not going to wait for the Supreme Court again. No, my lawyer did not make the argument for me.
Clinton, thank you, Vanisaki.
All right, I know you don't like what I say. You gotta get me up quick.
No, you. We heard you. I do. I don't. It doesn't matter.
Look, first thing I want to clarify with Stanton, he was making a lot of statements. No, the argument today has never been that going to the Supreme Court is the wrong thing to do. I don't know where he got that from. He was running with it. Nobody said when you go to the Supreme Court is the wrong thing. It's a good thing that Mo Ali and the rest of the people are utilizing the law. It is a very, very good thing to see our officials going to use the court. What I have said is that I sought to clarify that the code of conduct does not define political activity. Now we can look elsewhere to where political activity, other definitions of political activity is not defined there. Again, we don't know exactly. We don't have the opinion of the court to know exactly what they were arguing and what the opinion of the Supreme Court is. But it is my opinion that when you are an official of government and you go to a party meeting and you're engaging in party activity, that's in mind from all the definitions I've read, that's political activity. Now, whether the Supreme Court cover their own definition, I don't know. Hopefully we'll get the opinion of the court. As far as tomorrow, or the day after when the Supreme Court does rule, we are going to know and we're going to have the opinion. We are going to discuss it in a lot more detail. I have said on this platform many times, I don't believe that the court is going to rule in favor of the majority just based on my own reading of the Constitution and the rules of the House. I don't see how we can make an argument that anytime a group of 37 lawmakers jump to another room and say that they don't want a speaker, and the speaker now should be invited as due process, as my brother Vani is saying. That anytime, 37 lawmakers can get and go into another room and say, we don't want our speaker now, so the speaker has to come. There are clear rules on how that is done. It's done when the speaker presides. It's done when, a complaint is laid. It's done when that complaint is given to the Committee on Judiciary, and all the different procedures are there. You have to follow procedures. I don't know how the Supreme Court is going to rule tomorrow. I don't see how they can overlook that and come over another opinion. But again, like we all said, that the Supreme Court, we have to respect it because they are the final arbiter of justice. It doesn't mean we can disagree because the people on the Supreme Court are human beings, right? The Supreme Court in many countries have, like he talked about the dress code decision. The Supreme Court have made one decision. The Supreme Court, another group of people can come on the court and they can overturn that decision. So it's based on who's on the court at that moment and what their whatever political or moral values are. That's how the rule, and so let's wait and see what happens when we see the decision, and we'll have a lot more to talk about.
Thank you. Ava, please close us on this.
Well, hello everybody. I mean, it's nice being here. The network has been very very difficult, so I'm excited for the opportunity. But we said this from day one, so nothing changes. I really believe there's some wisdom at the Supreme Court. There may be some partisanship, there may be some favoritism, but I think overall there's wisdom. There is no way in my mind the Supreme Court will make a decision that supports consistent insurrection by any group of lawmakers that consider themselves a majority. I mean, we've been saying it from day one. 37, 38, 39, 40 get together and say the majority, and they can make any decision, pass any law, elect a new speaker on whose mandate. It is so sad that a whole bunch of people have their own rules that governs them, and they can't even understand the simplicity of the rules and the explicit places where it's clear what the procedure should be. Maybe it'll be a good thing for the Supreme Court to spell it out word for word, step by step, and give them a better understanding. But I'll be completely surprised if the Supreme Court comes out tomorrow and say this quote-unquote majority bloc, has a valid standing in the position they're taking. The interpretation of their own house rules and the Constitution in terms of, deciding or maybe electing, if you want to be generous, a new speaker, because that was decided already, who would be the speaker. So it was a setup. And I really, really hope the Supreme Court will reverse that. I really hope the executive will receive whatever decision comes from the Supreme Court as is. If it's a situation where financial removal, I've always said it, it's not his power property. But I believe in due process. I believe in the right interpretation of the law. If that's what's going to happen, then we'll live with it. But I believe the Supreme Court tomorrow will be very clear. They're not murky like, Sam is saying. Very, very clear what the position is, what should be done. And I really look forward to reading the, whoever will do the write-up for them, the decision behind the decision to see what happens. So wait, tomorrow is not far.
Yeah. Does anyone have any final thoughts about what they're expecting tomorrow, or the impact of the court's decision on Liberia in general? Like either side, either way. I think someone already spoke about how it could make or break our country to some extent. It could either be following the rule of law, or 30 or 20 persons can just gather in another room and say that they want a new speaker of the house, and then that's an example that would be set. So does anyone have any final comments that they want to make?
Look, I just want us to be aware that our Supreme Court have made certain decisions, and people have run to ECOWAS, and ECOWAS have ruled in the favor of the complainant. So our Supreme Court is not anywhere near perfect. It is just as imperfect as the decadence, the fragility, and all of the challenges we have as a nation. A constitution works well when there are people with integrity who believe in tradition, who believe in the spirit of the law, and who believe in fairness and equity. But when you have a group of people who manipulate the political process just, just for power and to ascend to power to for economic aggrandizement, not to do anything, especially in this poor dispensation where billions and billions of dollars have been poured into this country, and we're still the eighth poorest country on the planet, then we have a problem. So if we are serious about really overcoming the challenges of development, which begins with the rule of law, it is the rule of law that is obstructing the development of this country because major banks, JP Morgan is not going to come here to a Supreme Court that is temperamental. You're not going to have Investec or APSA or Archer Million Daniels or any one of the companies that Cargill, okay, or major companies coming to Liberia, because the first thing they do is an economic, political, and judicial analysis of the country.
Okay, Uncle Sam, yes.
Okay, so if they want to fool around and further push this country down into the abyss, they can do something that the entire international community will look at and say, this is not a place where we can put our money because the Supreme Court is temperamental. It does not have a judicial philosophy steeped in the Constitution.
Thank you. It's going to create you next, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And can you add this to your response as well? So how would you respond to people who say Fanati Kofa is corrupt? Okay. That he has conflict of interest issues, he has integrity issues, he outspent his budget, and he appointed people to ECOWA without the proper channels, without taking the proper channels. How can you include that in your answer today about the effect of the Supreme Court's decision on Liberia?
Look, Madam, we made those cases in the past. During the process of electing a speaker, we raised all the alarms. We checked all the foul plays and the conflict of interest, the number of this. The bulk of those who are seeking to remove him today said this was not about all of those things. It was based on who they prefer to be speaker. So we lost that battle. And now, probably they have noticed what they should have, done earlier. That is, do their own due diligence and be able to come up with a speaker that, that has integrity. You can come back and tell us they don't have the speaker they have today is going to be removed because of integrity issue, because we told you so. Now, we are looking at the issue now differently. Since this was who you wanted, you got him now. So the law supposed to be able, or should be able to protect him, in power until you go through the right channel to remove him. Otherwise, you're breaking the rule and the law. But if you go back to the last 6 years of Mr. Weir, half majority of the violation that those people committed against our law. Matter of fact, they ruled lawlessly. My opinion, I could probably be overemphasizing what the manner of ruling. But if those people, look, we have an electorate that can vote people for anything. That's why I'm now removing the idea that these people will not find their way back into power. But if those people will come back to power, everything you're doing today that is unlawful, they will have a basis to hold on to make this country a miserable place. But you know what? It suits us today because our rogue is in office. Our government is in office. But think about when the other guy comes in, who is not in your corner, and you lay the basis for him today, we are doomed, so to speak. Thank you, Madam.
Fanny, you next?
Yeah, let me just add to what Remy said. The red flag was raised during the speakership election. I regret that the former speaker of Fanatical came anywhere close to the speakership and became a speaker. I feel so embarrassed having him as my speaker, and I just thank God that he's finally gone because he should be nowhere around the
So why
speakership.
you say he finally going? You're not going
Yeah,
yet.
yeah. I know what I know is that so I know I'm happy that he's gone. He's finally gone, he's not coming back. But let me say this, we live in a relations filled community country where Remy, we believe in giving people second chance. And, it's nothing wrong giving. I challenge our criminal justice system most of the time in America when they use the record system of putting stuff on people's record and tell you will give you 10 years, 15 years. Then after the 10 years, they take that record and keep it somewhere for other people to see it. But other people, I got problem with that really because if a guy go through and pay his due, get it off a record completed. Don't store it somewhere where somebody else can look at it, but the whole public can see it. It still have influence on making our person out to consult our person for public position. So it was nothing wrong, Remy, for the police, the 36. He got smoked. Look, this is the thing, Remy, that is so funny. Kennedy qualified the former speaker, got 36 votes. He got 50 removing him. And the man still stubborn to be removed. He still stubborn fighting for power. That what kind of greediness is this? 36 elected you, 50 got you up. And the same thing, my part Jackson said, if you say people use the Supreme Court, dictator, I think that's what he was doing because if the majority in the number of 50 or 73 can sign a resolution to remove you and you still free to impose yourself. It's just sad. But again, as I said,
for Fanny, do you think that this group of people are violating the House rule, their rule that they took an oath to abide by? Does that factor into your thinking process there?
That the last time I checked, former Speaker Kofa ran to the Supreme Court, pray on the Justice Ichimo, asking for favor. The justice told him get out of here. You got no legal ground to come here.
That's not what the justice says. Don't miss
He declined. He declined in a simple matter. Go back. You got no legal standing to ask me for what you asked me for. That means everything. Let me just end on this. I'm jokingly said
the second time when it went around,
let me say that I jokingly said to the group of librarians today before I came on the show. If I ran to the Supreme Court and asked the Justice Ichimo to stop that the registry for cooking cassava soup, and the Justice Ichimo say I decline, can I go back there and say stop that the registry for eating the cassava soup?
The justice we learned from Justice Brennan, who was on the show, the justice they wash their hands. They didn't say do it or don't do it. They wash their hands.
Decline. Me no. You got no legal ground.
I don't think that was a fair decision. That was a right decision. Anyway, I said 5. Please go ahead. And then I'm sorry, Kamani will come in, Isaac, and then Isaac do it, and then we'll go back to center. I'm sorry that's gonna come back in. Kamani, your thoughts on? I actually want you to speak about the impact that this decision will have on Liberia.
Well, I think the impact is clear. If the decision goes the way of the majority, we've said over and over on this platform that, and we've even heard members of the legislature, including Musa Belidi, say, well, if the Supreme Court says that every time 37% you have a majority, we can go to another room and remove a speaker in a month or two, we are going to have 37%. We're going to remove whoever is the speaker now. So they are going to be setting the country up for chaos. There's going to be a lot of chaos at the legislature, even in the Senate, because then you don't need to follow whatever rules. You just need to have a number. Once you reach that number, you move to the next room, and you don't want a speaker for whatever reason. But the reason these rules are in place is to ensure there is order. In this case, there is no sort of order. I don't care how Vani wants to spin it. You can run any form of government agency or branch of government that way every time people, decide they will flaunt the number. It's not about number. And I think he keeps missing the point. It's not about the alleged crimes of Fanati Kofa. It's about following the laws. I don't care. I don't understand how you keep missing the point. We have not gotten to whatever Fanati has been accused of. Of course, there are a lot of gravity to the accusations. We're saying follow the rules and let's have a hearing in accordance with the rules of your house, in accordance with the Constitution, and let's put those grievances on the floor. We're not saying that Fanati is ready for having the conflict of interest issue. We're not saying he's ready for overspending his budget. We're saying these are genuine issues, but put them on the floor. So it is more about the rules and not about the allegations.
Thank
But
you.
you keep missing that point. But again,
Thank
to
you.
Dr. Francine, your question, look, if the Supreme Court goes the way of the majority, there is going to be chaos. You're going to have chaos at the legislature every time. Normally, it's not going to be safe because all we need is a majority of people to move to the next room tomorrow after the Supreme Court decision, and then you have another battle. So you're going to be setting the country up for chaos if they say that the issue of quorum, because one would think that for due process to happen, it has to happen on the legal framework, right? The legal framework. So there's a legal framework that is set up. So that has to happen on that. But if you say that you can have this other structure of people who just move to the next room and now invite the speaker and say, now I can stand before to answer. I don't understand what kind of order you're having over there. So there's not due process when you're not operating within the framework, and I think that's what's missing. But
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Then lastly, we'll go to Ava before we go back to Stanton. Ava, just playing devil's advocate, just so the Supreme Court comes tomorrow and said, okay, we're going to put these other people who are not in favor of fanatical fight into power. That speaker will be Speaker Cohn. What are your thoughts about that? Do you think everybody should just follow along?
You have to. I mean, whatever decision the Supreme Court comes, people have to follow. There's no higher appeal than the Supreme Court. So they have to follow the decision. Look, and Fonati has said it. I mean, there will be no objection from him, whatever the Supreme Court decides. He said he will follow the decision. He welcomes whatever they decide. Yes, those folks can be obstinate, but there have to be rules somewhere that will define the recalcitrant or the negative actions towards the Supreme Court decision. I just hope they comply. But if they don't, again, their name not written on anything that is supposed to be or have to be lawmakers. There can be a way to remove them from those positions. So that much is clear. Look, the charges against Fonati are serious. These are charges brought by his peers. Some of them, we have even questioned them in terms of, his outturn for the previous year as deputy speaker is questionable. And I myself, like, being a manager for a city, you have run your law practice and you don't know what your outturn is as, deputy speaker. You're not monitoring who is spending nearly 2 to 3 times what you're supposed to be expending. That's an issue, and he has to deal with it. But he has to deal with it through a due process. You can't just say somebody's T and then you just eliminate them from a position, or 48 of y'all get together and go, no, the number is 49. Your rules and processes are very clear to everybody. So for that thing now on that stuff, if they move in, fine, we'll move on. If they don't, these guys should regroup and go ahead and try to build that majority that they want, convince them, and remove him through the right process. To me, that's just it.
Thank you, Ava. I said, so just knowing you to be a citizen on the show, please feel free to answer this question or not. Do you think there are other people who are under the removal of political fact? Do you think there's other, maybe in position party or opposition party that are under this removal?
I will tell you, unfortunately, some disgruntled seditions or CDC lawmakers are also part of the process. I will tell you that. But the truth of the matter, beyond politics, the issue of Fonati not being speaker is the UP initiated effort. Of course, this is not the first time it has happened before. Sad that we have some CDC disgruntled lawmakers who have chosen money over integrity, over the party, over their political leaders. So that one, it is what it is. But I wanted to, say this on. I know our brother is one person. There was a journalist who once reported that President Sirleaf passed on. When President Sirleaf returned to the country, right on the airport, the journalist said, "I stand by my story." So you know what? Is it no matter what people tell you, once where you say that A, you say you stand by it. Even when they bring Ellie Johnson in front of you, you say you stand by a story. What story you standing by when the woman right near you? So listen, politics is a numbers game. We agree. It got nothing to do with the rule of law. So it's just numbers game. But let me give you a few instances. We went to elections. Election is politics. We went to elections October. That election, George Weah got 49%, Bwaka got 48%. But you know what? He was not president. Because the rule of law says you must get certain number to be president. If politics is just number, who have stopped there. Let's go to another thing. 2016, Donald Trump was the president for America, although Hillary Clinton got more numbers than him. Simply because the law says this. Let people stop saying, "I stand by my story," only because you feel that you get hit. How much more can people tell you that the rule of law is also there? Politics is it. The rule of law accompanies politics. If so, George Weah, who have been president, because George Weah got more votes, more numbers than Bwaka in October. Why did they go to second round? Because the constitutional provision was not obtained.
That's a good
Only
point.
because you got 37 persons, so I stand by my story. With y'all can say I stand by my story. We all know one thing. We got one speaker in every country. Fonati Kofa is the speaker. He is not being removed. Don't believe me. Listen to the government of Liberia's information minister, who is a minister on Bwaka, Jeremy McPierre. He said in our code, once Fonati Kofa is not removed, he remains the speaker. So how come I stand by my story? Only because you want to stand by my story, we keep insisting this one thing. I thought it is so funny.
Thank you. Good point. Stanton, back to you.
Dr. Richardson, I'm enjoying the relationship between you and Asido. I hope it lasts forever until death do your part on this show. I'm enjoying the relationship.
That's the beauty of politics, right? Isn't that the beauty of politics?
Thank you, Mr. Asido.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Asido.
I'm telling you, that is something Asido provide false information saying 37.
I would say this.
50 sound resolution Asido call it 37.
Hold on, Fanny. I've never seen such a relationship that just recounted from nowhere. Just in bad times, you expect good things to happen. And this is the beauty of politics on this show.
You even know that. You even know.
Death do your part. Now, let me say what I want to say, folks. This will be our closing argument for tonight. It is only important that at 11 a.m., on or before 11 a.m., or a little after, the Supreme Court will put out the ruling. They have gone back and forth. They went over the numbers. They came down to the perfect key map. The solution was not unifying. They went back again. They took a break. They came back. There must be only one comprehensive ruling tomorrow. Different opinions and dissent, and Clinton will say the rest. My friend, let's look at some of the mistakes when the whole thing started October 16th or October 17th. And we all can argue whether Fonati Kofa was given due process or not. Those that are for Fonati Kofa say no, he wasn't. Those that are against Fonati Kofa say yes, he was. The Supreme Court will decide. We can argue whether the majority black have any right to go in the John chamber by themselves again. But have we asked ourselves the question, what if Fonati Kofa was going to leave the chamber, the main chamber, and go to the majority black and say, upon his return from Rome, and say, I am the speaker, I am here. This is where you have quorum. I'm coming to take over and preside. Is the Supreme Court looking at those factors as well? Why couldn't you, Fonati? Why couldn't you, as a speaker now, there's disagreement, you have almost 37 or 40 members of your guys in the joint chamber, you still the speaker, go and preside. Listen to them and take them back into the main chamber. There's a lot of takeaway here, though. And I was listening, I was making different phone calls, and I've come to realize only one thing. And I always say, may God save the state.
Okay.
I am tempted to touch.
Stand up, break the new before people cry.
I am tempted to touch. I am tempted to say something.
Don't say it, stand hold your phone. Don't say it. That I reason right near you. Don't say it.
Listen, Fanny, nobody will cry here. Nobody will cry here. Nobody will cry here.
I'm begging Stanton for the sake of a lot of people. I'm begging Stanton. My sister right near him. I'm begging. I said, though you young man, I'm begging Stanton not to do it. I got Samuel Johnson worried.
But the issue is, even if Funati was going to go over, the lawmakers here came on the show many times. They make it clear that if Funati had gone over, they're going to say something.
Tomorrow.
I'm going to allow him.
You see, everybody spoke. I won't say my own, and they interrupted me, though.
They may make it seem like tomorrow.
But let me do my own now, right? So we all will be waiting. So Spoon Network will have a whole 360 turn tomorrow from the Supreme Court to the Capitol building, all over tomorrow. It will be very busy. But I can say to you, I'm troubled about whether Funati will stay. I'm troubled. I'm even more troubled whether or not if Funati, if this ruling is against if, a big if this ruling is against Funati, my last question on the floor tonight, will anything change? Because Uncle Sam is coming from somewhere. The country will not burn, will move on. If this ruling is against Funati, and I'm thinking, and I'm thinking, what do you think would change tomorrow? And I'm saying a big if. Every question and every reason why they went to the Supreme Court. Every reason why they went to the Supreme Court. The 4 associate justices and that of this Chief Justice. If this ruling is against Funati, what do you think will happen? Dr. Richardson, 30 seconds.
I trust that Funati is a law-abiding citizen, especially in his recent years. So I trust that he's going to abide by the Supreme Court's decision.
Uncle Sam?
I spoke to Funati around 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. And my question to him was, what are your expectations? He says, if the rule against me, I pack my bags and go. Simple as that. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world for anybody on this platform or for anybody in Liberia. It's not going to enrich unity partisans who are stretching their veins. They will still be the same people, depending upon politics to make a living. They're not going to go open up new businesses. There will not be economic expansion in the country. I'm going to still be living in Gate Town right here.
Thank you. Colonel Gray, the same question. Colonel Gray, the same question.
You know, Stanton, it's just that Mr. Kofa or Speaker Kofa is insisting that for the sanctity of the law, following the law, let us go through the process. You understand? I see and hear a man who has resolved to follow whatever it is done, whatever done legally to remove him, is willing to take the. I don't see any ounce of resistance in him. I don't see that on the other side.
Clinton,
it's going to go without a fight, you know.
Clinton, you're muted.
I have to go with what Fonati have said. He said that he's going to pack his bag and leave once the court rules. So that's,
So is this a win for Fonati if they ruled against him, Clinton?
I think it's a win for him, whether or not he lost the case, because he stood up for something, and that is he wanted the laws to be respected. So I think it's a win for him. I think for many of us observing from the outside, and also the librarians out there, will see that he stood up for something.
At least he broke this chain that a speaker resigned, a speaker resigned, a speaker resigned. But yet he said, no, I fought to the end. And the Supreme Court ruled against me based on everything they received. So therefore, you consider that a win for Fonati.
Yeah, I think it's a win.
Asido, I see you shaking your head. We'll come to Abba later. Asido.
No, I was saying, I mean, the thing is, Fonati Kofa has always been saying that we should do it the right way. If the Supreme Court comes and say this is the right way, it means the Supreme Court is confirming what he said we should do. So that would be a good thing for him. But I will say this though, Fonati isn't into this because his name will only be Fonati if he becomes speaker. Fonati is made man. He's who he is. He's a seasoned lawyer. Financially, he's stable. He does not need a speakership title on his head to be Fonati. He's only been doing this. He's been doing this because of Liberia and for the rule of law to be respected, for someone to stand for the right thing. So if the Supreme Court comes and says this is the right thing, at least he can feel proud that what he wanted to achieve has been achieved because Supreme Court has defined it to be the right thing. Fonati wouldn't care at all. And he doesn't need speaker position for him to get left hand or right hand. He will be Fonati. He will be better more than almost 80% of lawmakers.
Thank you.
Of course, he will change.
Thank you. Abba.
Nothing changes. Fonati accepts the decision and remains a representative and contributes for his, his district, his county, and the country. But obviously, if there's a win, there will be the pursuit of the case. They will want to, prosecute him for those things they have accused him about. And that would be the right to do that. If there's a definite complaint on a peer in there, they have to, discuss that and go through the process and do it. But again, I doubt that scenario. But if that scenario happens, then Fonati will be at the mercy of his peers and at the mercy of the Supreme Court's decision.
Oh, funny.
I think what Fonati have done to our country that he's currently regretting. I just hope he can come out and apologize to the Liberian people, because from the day the thing started up to when the ruling was being made, he went wrong in every front. Everything he did wrong. Drag our country, delay our country, kept on focusing on important stuff that President Joseph Human Baga they sense the crisis. It's just bad for our country. When you start on the show with one-to-one, we'll see you and say,
I thought the question was if Fonati loses, what happens? Is that why he answering or he talks?
I said, do you want answer for me? Answer for me, I said, do.
As a leader, man, they see me who praising Mo Ali for standing out to the court now. Go ahead. You think how kind of confusion is this?
I'm just saying, nothing on. I mean, it's not about if. Fonati cover is already, he has already accepted that he lost. He already aware, except he pretending tonight. He already aware of the ruling tomorrow or the other tomorrow. Why? I just say now, he should apologize because he did everything wrong from day one. Sometimes just pick out one thing I was asked in the court. That question was asked in the court. If the other side don't come to your side, will you have a quorum? No. If you go to the other side and preside, speaker, will there be a quorum? Yes. Why you didn't go on the other side? All these questions were asked. So I mean, I saw that a lawyer was misled by people that asked.
We got 5 more minutes. It's 12. Going to be 12 a.m. in Liberia. We guys got to go. I want to say on this note, it's only fair to say I consider this a win. Fonati went down fighting if the rule against Fonati. If I consider that at least Fonati have gone down in history to say, listen, I didn't resign, and the Supreme Court ruled against me. Now, on the flip side, like Alva was saying, Would they go ahead to persecute Fonati for all those charges against him? Would they talk about, listen, we'll persecute him, we'll expel him? What about those men and women that stood up with Fonati? Ellen Eto'o, Marvin Cole, and the rest of them? Are they going after them? What about the suspension of Marvin Cole and the rest of them? So I think we still getting somewhere here. And again, people will be going back to the Supreme Court. But, ladies and gentlemen, if the ruling is against Fonati, we'll wait and see tomorrow. I can also announce a doubter that they have 50 signature as of recent. But we can confirm with 90% that yes, indeed, the majority of Black have 50 signature. 50. A lot of back and forth. Did the Supreme Court, consider the signature that was signed, the resolution that was signed with the 50 signature? Did they consider it? A lot of questions people are missing, folks. And a lot of reason why the decision from the Supreme Court would not be so surprising. But from my end, I believe it was a great show. Thanks to Mo Ali that called in. It must be sorry we couldn't get you because we have Mo Ali. But I want to say to all of you, we should have had 40 family, but they're all waiting for the decision more, and then they will come and speak. I want to say to all of you, a great program from my end, a great show. Again, please join us tomorrow. A lot of stuff. I'm very, very, as Richard said, I'm very calm because if I stay on the show more than 10 minutes, I will say something. And it better let me leave. Let me leave. I don't want to say, people are restricting me or Ava. People are, listen, Ava is not me. They are restricting me, Ava, and I'm not myself. All right? Sometimes if I hear something, I want to just say it. Ava, you're muted. I really want to say
Since when have you been subjected to people's opinion to limit your speech?
Because if you agree with somebody, right, you say, okay, I will not say it. Then they can trust you. Your sources say, okay, Stanton will not say. Like governor coming to the Clinton, he know that actually the ruling already, he got contacts. And he called me and said, oh, man, but don't say it because we got to wait. I said, okay, I will not say. So again, they wanted to say F and only F for that team. If the ruling
But Stanton, we have been with you for long. Already can see the ruling in your eyes. So don't waste your time.
All right.
Well, let's close the show then. I will do my closing.
Let's the show. That was a good show.
I will do my closing, and I want to start by responding to what Fanny Saki said. What if Fonati Kofa went to the other side where supposedly the majority were housed? Well, we don't know, Fanny, if they were going to give him the opportunity to be a speaker there. We are just making assumptions. We don't know if they're going to be peaceful or they weren't going to break out into a riot and reject him. So we can't say who advised him and he should have went on the other side. We can't say that at all. He stood by the rule of law. They usually meet in their chambers, and that's what he did. So I actually would say, on this show that I also stand by the rule of law. I stand by the law that was that they took an oath to abide by, and it's put in the handbook, which means that they have to have 2/3 of the majority, 49 members, in order to remove a speaker, and that includes the process, the due process. So that's what I stand by. We talked about the code of conduct as well. I think that whole code of conduct needs to be revised, and I think Mo Ali rightfully said that is part of the president's agenda, simply because the languages are very confusing. Civil servants cannot engage in political management, but then when it comes to political appointees, there's no mention of civil or political management. It talk about political activities. So those two words, and they never even Clinton said, Councilor Clinton said repeatedly on this show, political activities wasn't even defined. I personally think that things like code of conduct, patient rights, ethical guidelines, they are all preventative measures. You don't have to violate them before you run to court or somebody runs to court on you. I have an ethical conduct that I have to follow, that I'm not supposed to accept gifts from my clients. I just don't do it because it says in my code of conduct. It's something that I respect. It's something that I reviewed, okay, and agreed before I became in this position, agreed to follow. I agreed that I will be a psychologist, that I only accept gifts based on the culture of the client. So I don't do it. So I should not wait for somebody to take me to court for accepting gifts before I say, oh, yes, the code of conduct was violated, or the ethical guideline that I'm supposed to follow was violated. No, you don't do that. Um, you know, if you don't want to abide by the code of conduct, then you don't work in government. It is something that you're supposed to be reviewed. It is something that you're supposed to read. It is something that you're supposed to comply with. You say you don't sign it. You don't work in government. Working in government is a privilege. It's not a right. Okay, you can go and engage in farming. I think that the Supreme Court consists of men and women who can be very, very on a given day influenced by politics. Okay, depending on the type of justices or judges that you have. We've seen that time after time. It is not supposed to be that way. They're supposed to be independent minded, independent thinker. That's how the framework of the Constitution wanted it to be. But we are seeing increasingly in different arenas, in different countries, that the rule of law, the justice, the Supreme Court, it's been overturned. Decisions have been overturned. I'll give you a case in point that Uncle Sam mentioned here, the Dred Scott case. That was for a long-standing case in the United States where a black man could not become citizen. But today, it's obvious that case was overturned. So it's obvious that a black man can now become citizen. Another is Roe versus Wade, that we women in the United States are struggling with. That was overturned. For the longest time, we had choices, but in these days, we do not. The drug case in Liberia, somebody can simply say that case was wrongfully decided. The government of Liberia did not win that case, and it was wrongfully decided. Somebody can argue that. Or we can talk about Justice Jennings' case that was, as rightfully pointed out by Uncle Sam, overturned by ECOWA. So there are times in the life of a justice or a Supreme Court that things do get overturned, especially when politics gets to become influential in the Supreme Court. We see that things can be overturned. But again, no matter what, like Uncle Sam said, Liberia will not burn, Liberia will not die, Liberia will not go under the ground. We stand with Liberia. We will continue to speak. I will stand by the rule of law any day, and any kind of renegade, as them would say, or anti-rule of law. Thank you.
Listen, can I just close, please? I need to clear out of the car.
Oh, Uncle Sam, can I say close so you can go home?
No, line close.
Okay, go ahead, Isaac.
Yeah, thank you, Uncle Sam, and thank you, Dr. Regison. So, my brother Stanton is gone. I listened to Stanton struggling to defend something from United Party. According to him, he was trying to promote United Party now. He's defending United Party. I'm not sure what exactly he was defending. Stanton said, United Party is a good party. They came to power. They won't follow the rule of law. So what they did, they decided to appoint the ombudsman, and then they decided to sue him. So you following the rule of law, you say let's appoint him, and then let's sue him. What is that? Is that a serious manner thinking of what is that? Oh, we appoint him, then we will sue him. The same way that appoint him, that the same way that we sue him. I thought it was funny, and I saw Stanton all around here. He didn't even know exactly how to end, but that was a very, very weak shot. Very, very weak one. And today, my brother Mo Ali, who was one of the loudest voices around here about code of conduct, was defending it. Listen, personally, if you were to ask me, there are a few issues with the code of conduct that I've always had. And I know Senator DeLong once said who have taken on one of those, but he didn't. One of it, how can somebody resign position 2 years before they try to run? Why, if at the end of the day, NEC does not satisfy the person to run, satisfy the person? What happens? So, in my mind, I don't think, everything in there is perfect. But the thing is that the hypocrisy here is, United Party didn't care. Just 6 months ago, United Party were all around posting people pictures because they were in CDC clothes. They said those people should be dismissed from their job because they did political something. They're very simple, Ali. Go on her page, is there. 6 months ago. 6 months later now, oh, Ali is seeing all the bad things inside, man. Oh, all the bad things in it. I thought it's crazy. And let me quickly end. Who remembers the last time United Party government came and said Simon Twelve stole all the country money and they were bringing case against him, they were putting in jail? Let me give you a breaking news. United Party government, they went to the Supreme Court to them. They said, oh, we beg you, we get evidence here. Your people hold the case, we're still looking for evidence. Almost, I don't know, 4 months or 5 months later, United Party asking the Supreme Court to hold the case because they don't have evidence. They say they're still looking for the evidence that they say they have. That time when they were causing the oil around here, hey, law, hey, corruption. They say they ain't got the evidence. So they asked the Supreme Court to hold the case. They are still looking for the evidence. When they find it sometime next year, then they will bring the case. You can lie to win an election. Oh no, you cannot lie to govern the country. The pregnancy of the woman will come if I will not go back. United Party, you are there now. Oh, that is.
Thank
So
you.
I beg to leave because I got to drive now. I'm tired sitting in the car, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Uncle Sam, please come.
Well, democracy is not perfect. It's very messy. But what sustains country is integrity, good faith, equity, and those kind of values, right? And if a country starts to skimp on things like rule of law, they start to skimp on integrity issues, they try to manipulate the process to suit themselves because they're in power, all they're doing, they're undermining the position of the state. Then the state becomes like a toy. And that's where you have fragile countries. That's where you have countries that don't go any place. Countries that have, and I'm sure everybody know about the book, okay, Why Nations Fail, okay, Acemoglu and Robinson. Nations fail because of what? Lack of institution, an institutional approach to governance. I mean, if you want to have a haphazard approach to governance and try to justify matters of matters of integrity, matters of the rule of law, and trampling upon the rights of people, that democracy, it will be short-lived. But if we try to promote the rights of people and try to do things in a way that support and sustain the democracy where people live and die, blood, sweat, and tears. But what I'm hearing from my friends on the other side is that, oh, but all the things that they were talking about, what CDC did in the last 6 years, and I also, and let me just be very clear, I did not endorse George Weah till June of 2021 when the CPP imploded. So if they want to go ahead and continue this razzmatazz and play with democracy, democracy will play with them, because guess what will happen? You will not invite or bring people to invest in the absence of rule of law, in a place where democratic governance is assured, and in a place where people can come on the radio and defend any kind of illogical action just because it is for their political party. On that note, I close. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Remy Gray, you next, right? Okay, good.
Yeah, Doc. Thank you so much. Sometimes the show starts at a very slow pace and then it picks up steam over time. This is the essence of the show. The thing about it is, Vanessa, he said it right. Group of individuals decided to elect one person, appear among them, and made that person the Speaker of the House. And then the same group of people turned around, held the state hostage, because they say the guy they just elected was not their choice, and they trumped up charges. They stalled government for the last probably 2 months. And those individuals are the same ones who want the state to revert to their own mentality. Now, is this the kind of country we want where a group of folks will just sit there and decide to say, we're going to stall government because we're 43, we're 50, government will run the way we want to see it? That's the exact opposite reason why the law was made. The law exists to prevent this kinds of situation from occurring. That group of people cannot just sit down, whether they're in the bush, whether they're in some place, they're in some other room or somewhere. Everything about law is deliberate. The speaker meets in a chamber, in a certain area. You understand? Not because they have a plenary, so therefore this is where the law says the speaker can go if group of people cede from the rest of the house and go sit there and say, now you come to us. But Saki does not see that those were the folks who stalled government for the last 2 months. They didn't see it that way. Because of politics, our judgment become clouded. And until we begin to see the law, that if you misuse the law today, tomorrow you might be the victim. We saw when Mr. Ware came to power, a lot of people were frustrated. But imagine if George Ware were to come to power, and it's possible. Look, we have an electorate that will just jump up and elect anybody. They're not electing you because you follow the rule or you abide by the law. They follow you because of passion, some affection for you. They bring you to power. Can it happen again? It's possible. You can yell and say, it's not going to happen. No, you just have one vote. But the majority make that decision. And for the kind of electorate we have, they don't go by electoral law, the sanctity of democracy, who follow rules to this. They just elect you. Sometimes they vote you into power to revolt against the government that be. And when you're in power, you got to be extremely careful. You'll find more people hating you than loving you, especially if things are not going right. So remember, the seeds you sow today will be the crop you will harvest tomorrow. And I end to say, don't blame anybody else when somebody else picks this stuff that you're laying for us as a crop. Whether it gave us Ebola tomorrow, it is our fault because we planted our seed, and as a result, we have to be able to live by it.
Thank you.
What you sow today, you reap tomorrow.
Thank you, Reverend Gray. Like your ending. Funny that you and then come there.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just say, it was a great show. Thank you to Dr. Regis and the rest. Let me just correct the falsehood that Acedo left with. I think my brother Clinton was kind of embarrassed a little bit when Acedo said the government went to the Supreme Court and said we don't have enough evidence. Acedo, if you're listening, the Supreme Court is not an evidence-based court. You don't go to a Supreme Court evidence to say this is the Supreme Court. Don't even look at evidence in any case. The Supreme Court is a constitutional court that look at constitutional violation. So if there's a ruling or there's a legal procedure against you that violate your right, you go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court look at the procedure. You don't go to the Supreme Court and say, oh, can you get my money? Yeah, the evidence, yeah, the document, it don't work that way. I said, though, you're supposed to know that. But because you got created for who you don't know how to work it up, you just come in the public and throw it. So nobody wants the Supreme Court. And assignment is not the Supreme Court. So I hope you next time if you receive the text messages, send it to government, you look at it, send it back to you before you can come up. But let me just say again, the most difficult thing, the reason why Clinton went to law school, Vanny Weston is because we want people to be in our environment who will always interpret the intent of the framework of the law. Because some of the law were written 15, 20, 50 years ago. The framework died. They're no longer alive. Who will interpret the intent? If we all would just collect the Constitution and read it, we'll get a literal interpretation. But then something they call the spirit of the letter is to interpret the intent. What were the people thinking when they wrote the law? And as I stated all those who occupy political party position today in government, as long as you cannot bring evidence to prove that they participated or participating in political activity, they are committing no crimes. I mean, no violation. Where there is no law, there is no violation. You can't create violation with all law. There will be a law that say the action is a crime or is an offense. You can't just say it's wrong because if he is wrong, there must be law to say it is wrong. So there's nothing there. A political party can, during an election, Amos 12 from LPRC, Benin Direct, can recuse himself and let Vani Saki come in and step in and play a whole campaign role on his behalf during the political activity. As long as he's not participating, he's good. So it's about participation and not position. Again, if we think that the law is not too clear, we can come back. I myself challenging that already say on the intent. They say if you have an intent to contest, the loophole to that law is I don't have an intent that 3 months election, I can move. I mean, people come in my community and say, we want petition, Saki the wrong. I can register the wrong. You run to the court. I go to the court and say, I don't have an intent. My people came to me. I didn't have no intent. The code of conduct is clear. If you have intent, but I didn't have, now people came to me. So that's a whole different thing. So all we have to just, I want to say the law is not casting stone for a reason. So we can always revisit it. We can always make it better. We can always look for loophole, close loophole to make it stronger. It's never casting stone. It's never going to be perfect. No law is perfect. That's why we always visit it. We amend it to make it better for the betterment of society. I think it was a great show. And I want to say to the former speaker, I hope you can come out tomorrow after the ruling and apologize. Say sorry to the librarian for what you put in through. You knew from day one you were wrong. From day one up to the end, you were wrong. Man enough tomorrow and say to my people, I'm sorry. I was misled by people who do not understand the political and the legal process that will interplay here. I'm a politician presiding over a political house. I know that and jump straight to a legal fight. And today, I am. I hope you'll see that. But we'll be here tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow. If I don't be on the phone with my folks dancing tomorrow and celebrating because the due process I want, I'll be on the show tomorrow. Thank you so much for a great show.
Thank you, Fanny. You know, my long-time constitutional law class that I took had something about enumerated and implied law. So when I hear somebody say just because the law is not written, that means there's no law. I wonder about the implied laws. Okay, come on in. Come on in.
All right, so let me address the first confusion here with the Supreme Court and evidence taken. The Supreme Court has 2 jurisdictions. It has original jurisdiction and it has appellate jurisdiction. So when people say the Supreme Court does not take evidence, they're really talking about on the Supreme Court appellate jurisdiction. So the Supreme Court received everything, all the files, the evidence, everything from the lower court, and it cannot take new evidence. So it only review whatever was presented before the lower court. Now, if the Supreme Court was on a case where it had original jurisdiction, then it can take evidence. So that's that clarification. Now, on the Supreme Court will rule tomorrow or the day after, whatever way the Supreme Court rule we have to rule. We don't have to agree with the Supreme Court, but that's the essence of our constitutional democracy. We have to respect the rulings of the Supreme Court. I'm of the opinion that based on my understanding of what the law is, that they should go towards the finality side, just because I don't think the framers of the Constitution in any way thought that a group of lawmakers can just, circumvent the entire processes they have at the House and try to make their own rules and try to call the speaker into another room instead of going under the gavel of the speaker, or instead of following the rules that are laid down in the House rule. But again, we'll have more of that when the Supreme Court rules tomorrow. And then, so on the code of conduct issue, the code of conduct does not define what political activity is. But this is what we do when you're looking at law. If you are in a jurisdiction and you're looking at something, you can't find a definition, you go to all jurisdictions. They may not be what you call authoritative source, but they may be what you call persuasive. So if you look at all jurisdiction, political activity is defined, right? Is if you engage in any activity to promote your party and stuff like that, that's political activity. So when ministers and officials of government leave and go to the party meetings and engage in meetings, and you don't necessarily have to be wear your party regalia and canvas, which is a completely different thing, before you participate in political activity. It's a pretty broad thing. So what I will hope is that the legislator should go back and redefine or lead clear definition of what political activity is. The code of conduct in itself need to be rewritten. That's for a fact. I will hope, again, we don't know exactly what was put before the Supreme Court. We've heard from Mo Ali. I will hope that Stanton at some point will bring on the ombudsman so that we can actually hear from the ombudsman from his perspective what were the issues before the Supreme Court. So on that note, we look forward to tomorrow. I think if we had the court's decision, it's going to be interesting day tomorrow. You're muted, Dr. Riches.
Oh, I'm sorry. Isaac, you want to take us home? Isaac Vatokba? Amen. Isaac waited all this time to get frozen us.
I think it's frozen. Is it in Liberia, by the way?
Yeah, he is in Liberia, and he did speak about how it's been challenging to get on a good.
Maybe he needs to get out and come back in. We'll still wait for him.
Yeah. Isaac, can you hear us? Amen.
Go come back. Go out and come back.
You want to go out and come back in? Yeah. Kind of great. Let's wait a few minutes to see if he comes back in, just for him to get an opportunity to close. I know that we have to go. But, I hear some people keep saying, oh, we are changing the goalposts because now we are giving the pros and cons of, what if the Supreme Court does not abide by the rule of law? I mean, we are just being open-minded. It's not that we are changing the goalposts, that we are being aware that these things happen. And so we are just informing you that these things happen. I mean, yes, he did the right thing. He did not just resign. He fought. He went to the Supreme Court. But, the Supreme Court, can decide whichever way. And I think I laid the basis, and Sarah, others did that too, that courts can sometimes overturn decisions that was previously made. So the court is fluid in itself. It's not, stagnant. It's not fixed. It changes with the time, supposedly with the time, or it changes by the influence of political decisions. So that's something that we need to just bear in mind that can occur. Of course, we're not changing the goalposts. I'm not changing the goalposts.
Well, Madam, one of the my yardstick in life is not to take my decision like a holy Bible, or my respect for what we call dogmatic behavior. In other words, I follow the principle of godliness to the extent where anything that has to do with religion, I followed it. I tend not to take politics that way. Most people see politics like religion, that if it's good, they stay with it. If it's bad, they stay with it.
Mm-hmm.
So in this issue, some people want to see us like, we're tied to a certain demigod. In other words, principle of following a political party, anything that is good or bad for them, we just stay there. When you become that way, especially if you're in a media quarter like ours, you look at the issue. Yeah, initially we all raised the red flag about Fonadi Kofa. We warned them, but this was who they say would be the Speaker of the Republic of Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
We have no say in that. You understand? Now, you want to say we have no say also if they say let's remove him. But I agree. But if you follow the rule, the law, we wouldn't have been here talking. But you recuse yourself from the gavel of the Speaker. You went somewhere, you sat there. You understand? When they know he was not in the country, that's when they decide to orchestrate this coup. It's a coup d'etat.
That's true. He was not in the country.
He was not in the country. It was there all along. They didn't raise the issue. As soon as he left, they knew it's not possible for him to come right back. And so, when you behave that way and tomorrow you expect somebody else to come in your shoes, your successor to follow the rule, that's not how it works. I remember I saw Saddam, not Saddam Hussein, but the former Libyan president, Muhammad Gaddafi, when he
Yes.
was caught,
Mhm.
all he wanted people to follow the law. People say you're late because you know what? You gave us a formula for following the law. We are following our law, our rule.
Mhm.
And so I think his life came to an end under a bridge.
Yes.
President of a country. Can you imagine? So when you violate the law today because it suits you, to remember tomorrow
Mhm.
when somebody else gets in that capacity, you're not going to be able to stop them because you lay a rule that made the moment, and tomorrow is somebody else's time. Mr. Jackson said, you're not going to be in power forever. We saw people who came, they thought were going to be in power for 30, 40 years. They were doing 2025 when we were in 2005, 2003, 2001. They were making law that will govern in 2025 up to today. Those people are behind bars.
Yes.
So we have to be careful, madam.
Very careful. Yeah.
I was trained to follow the rules. That's why you see I always try to because when you're a soldier, all you do is just follow rules.
Yes.
Even at
Absolutely.
the house here, people, I can want to revolt, but sometimes I go back to who I am. That who I've been disciplined to be. Follow the rules. I don't
Yes.
come in and just make a set of rules that governs me.
Mhm.
Rather, look, a bunch of the rules at the house of my own home, I follow.
Yes.
Because you know what? This is a principle that will lay down that governs us as a group of something called
Absolutely.
family. Yeah.
Absolutely.
But,
Yeah, especially in a democracy such as ours in Liberia, Remy Gray, it's like I think we have a tendency to not follow rules and laws. Honestly, that let's just take this apart from what's happening in the House of Representatives. But you know, I was reading a documentary. Like one of the reasons why we don't even have like amusement parks in our country because we have challenges in staying in line. Like just the rule when you go to an amusement park, you have to stay in line to to submit your tickets and then you get onto the park. And one of the reasons why that is challenging is because of that simple thing. And you can just even look at the path at many homes in Liberia.
mm-hmm.
People will take shortcut, knowing that they are breaking the rules. They will take the pass retriala, yeah becomes that there's fit path or road
Yeah,
that
everybody wants frontage.
yes,
And
exactly.
sometimes, those easements are meant for public use. Say, for instance, this country, you see the number of roads connectivity. You
Correct.
understand? It's not possible right now in Liberia because everybody want that front lot.
Yeah, exactly.
And government has made a rule that look, X amount of yards away from the thoroughfare is public land.
Mm-hmm.
Well, people come to put their house right there.
Yeah.
Somebody say, "Oh, nobody will move them, so I'm coming to
Yes.
put mine there." So what happened now? We'll start having those overpasses and underpasses.
Overpasses,
That's why
underpasses.
we're not going anywhere.
That's where. Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's
somebody
not
built
that's
right in front of your door.
mhm.
How they expect you to put a big fence there covering we have this issue about not following just conventional rules.
That's my point.
Yeah.
And I think if the people who are in power, they serve as mentors, as leaders, people that we're supposed to look up to, if they start to not follow the rules or start to wash their hands out of these major constitutional crises, they are sending a message for generations to come. Okay, we already talked about the implications of the ruling in terms of what might happen if another group of people get together and say, "Well, I don't like that person. He's
Yeah.
not supposed to be my
But it's
leader."
gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's gonna
So
happen.
yes, and then now we have to run back. We already set up that
That precedent.
precedent here. But yeah, so the fact is that we want a better Liberia, honestly. Nobody wants a Liberia where things are just all over the place, and we want to take into consideration our culture, our practice. We like people. We are a collectivist culture. We want to be around people. We like to, we like the people saying hello, how are you, as opposed to just, coming in and passing by each other and doing the job or what have you. But at the same time, there has to be a good balance in terms of our democracy. I think this has a potential to chip away at our democracy, to chip away at some systemic issue, and we'll continue to talk. It's not about an individual, like you said, or some demigod. It's basically about, respecting the rules. If that's the rule, that's the rule.
Let me share a story. When I came in this country, I struggled following the rules. Like I said, I just used to get on the road and just speed. So they compelled me to abide by the rule.
There you
I
go.
got so many tickets. My insurance rate went up. Certain things I will not qualify for.
Yes.
So there's a recourse. So
Yes.
one of the issues, I came from Liberia where we used to get on the bus, we fighting each other, get through the window of the bus.
There you go.
There was no
Good
rule.
example.
So I came in the store, everybody online, I just won't go in front of them because I was ignorant.
Mhm.
Let's face it. Some of the issue Mr. Jackson was pointing out yesterday, say our country is primitive. Maybe I will not go to that extent to say it that way, but there's some truth attached to that because I just cut the line. Everybody look at me like, "Are you crazy?" Because this is a country of law. You met us in line. In fact, one lady was just showing her hand. It's a good that walk. I think a lunatic just entered this place. We're all online. Why is he rushing? In a
Yes.
store. It was cold. And so, but people,
That's an excellent
people wait
story.
for their turn. You
Mhm.
wait for your turn, but we don't have that culture now. People came from Ghana and Nigeria, probably they saw that there. Today, I think we can form a line to enter a bus orderly. If we can copy that example in everywhere of our country, even on the road, there is no tail lane. Just
Yes.
wait in that traffic.
That's
That's what we have.
precisely the point. That's
Yes.
exactly the point. Yes.
All these kinds of look, people who are primitive are measured that way.
Mhm.
So I don't blame Mr. Jackson for making that statement. Somehow it kind of there's some truth to it because why wouldn't you wait? Even if you're a lawmaker, make laws that will make more roads.
Mhm.
As opposed to meeting everybody that you come, you driving on the opposite lane because you have created a lane. That's been disorderly. That's
Absolutely.
exactly what people used to do back in the Stone Age or the 14th century, where everybody felt that they have a right to be first.
Yes.
Whether
Yes.
they met you there or not, they should be the first.
Inconsiderate.
And that's chaos. That's
Yes.
what we
Yes.
have in Liberia.
Yes. And that's what we come here every day. Kind of great. We just come to speak to our people. Hopefully, what we are saying will drop in the ears of somebody and they'll begin to think about what we are saying. They'll begin to stand for the rule of law. They'll begin to know that it's not about one person. They'll begin to know that in other societies, people wait their turn. In other societies, people sign and take an oath to the law and they follow the rule of law because that's what they take an oath of. They don't take shortcut or bypass the situation. And that's, to me, this is I'm so strong about this issue, this constitution. So we'll wait and
Yeah,
see.
it is. It is.
We'll wait and see and just and see what
So,
happens
so,
tomorrow.
so I just wondering sometimes, I was in Liberia. I
Mhm.
stopped by a stop sign
Mhm.
and the guy wiggled his way around. He was so angry with me, it cussed my mom and all that stuff. He used the S word, you stupid. I mean, So
Mhm.
if Liberia has this four-way stop sign where everybody, those kinds of things, I know it would never work in Liberia because even the traffic light is there.
There'll be people behind you causing your air
We,
pass
we,
you.
we have a country where we have to work hard. A traffic light says red.
Yes.
People still running there,
Mhm.
and obstructing it. So a traffic light is just there for flow show.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
doesn't do the job that it was meant to do because of
Yes.
same lawlessness, not abiding by the rule. Everybody wants to be jump in front of the line and all that stuff. Look,
Yeah, and really quick before you go, I'm gonna just say a funny story, very similar to yours. You know, when I first started driving, probably around age 16, when I got my, there's a law that gives people who are on motorbike the
yeah,
right to ride. You can't just ride on the side of them. They have the right as they ride as a vehicle.
yeah,
And of course, coming from Liberia, and all I saw was this the people who drove motorbike don't have that kind of right. They're on the side of the road. So yeah, I started driving and I'm driving by this guy, I'm passing by him, just like, what are you doing? You're taking up space here, this is
yeah.
mine. I have this right. And that guy actually started beeping me because they were actually in with a group of people that started beeping at me, like calling me, and all of a sudden I was like, I couldn't
You know
understand
you've
why.
done wrong.
Yes, and then later on, when I actually got home and went back and started researching and reading that they have
The
a
right
right
away.
to road just as well as I do. In
Yeah,
Liberia, that you pimp and drive, you don't have right to the road. You decide you got to drive this side. You can't drive in the middle of the road. So that was just interesting. I have to say, very interesting. That's sort of what reminds me again, imitating the law, the rule of law. What does that mean? But anyway, let's call on Yegesi, if
I
you
think
up and
Alpha's
you
not
come in.
coming.
Yes, I don't. We're trying to
The
wait for
public
Alpha.
just gave up. The infrastructure, the internet in Liberia is just
Absolutely, but
yeah,
I will
it's
not
a
be
challenge.
far.
Hmm?
Yeah. All right. Okay. Yegesi, we'll see you tomorrow. We're just waiting for Alpha to come back because he waited all this time, but he's not here. So we'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Good
Okay.
night,
Mr.
Andre.
Mr. Zogwe, it looked like your man was lying when you said you were sleeping yesterday. Today you look sharp and bright up and
Yes.
Yes,
energetic. Man.
I'm awake.
You know that your man.
All
Well,
right.
good night. Thank you, Doc.
We'll see
Okay.
you later. Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye, Yegesi.
So, folks, that's it. That's all the time we have to be here today on this edition of the show. You can join us on tomorrow when another edition of the Spawn Talk will be right here. My name is Yekezi Zubel. Goodbye and join us tomorrow.